Hello? Hello? Is anybody there? Hello?
Hi. Hey, how's it going? I like did that in a call recently with a friend. And for like a split second, they like genuinely had no idea who was talking to them and thought I was some rando that somehow got in. And I was like, no, it's just me. I plummy, it's just me. It was just like that, like, just no recognition, like split second fear of, oh my god, who is this? But anyway, hi. Hey, it's been a hot minute because I had stuff going on, and like, there's still stuff going on. But when is stuff not going on? You know, thus is life. But hey, Missing Link, huh? But like, for realsies, not just a trailer to look at, but like, the game beta. It's a lot. It's a lot going on. Also, sorry for everybody. There's gonna be an ad break in like 20 seconds. But yeah, there's a lot happening. A lot of substance compared to most reveals. And I can tell you about my experience with the game. Not that I was playing it directly, but I was playing it with my friend who got in. If that makes sense. Here, I'll switch over. Hey, hi, how's it going? So that's distracting. I'm gonna minimize that. And that, and this, and I'm gonna get rid of that, and then... Okay, alright, that's looking better. Anyway, hi. So, yeah, I got to play the game, sort of. So, my friend gets in, and it was just, like, an agreeance of, like, if you get in, you're gonna stream it, and we're gonna go through together, right? And some things got in the way a little bit, but we finally got to do that like today. So that was my earlier part of the day. We got to go through it. We got to make our little guy, you know, got to run around and figure things out and everything and experience it. So sorry about ads. They helped me, but I mean, I wouldn't hold it against you if you had like a functioning ad blocker or something. But if you don't, you know, that's nothing but helping me and I guess Twitch. But like, I do get something out of it, so, you know, always grateful for those brave soldiers out there willing to put up with the corporate advertisement. Keep staring at the screenshots on like Twitter and stuff and sitting sadly by the door just scratching at it. That's fair. Yeah, I had to completely avoid like looking at Twitter. I had to mute some accounts temporarily simply because I was like, we're gonna go through together. I can't look, please. Please, I have a date, don't look at me. So I'll give it a moment. I'll let the folks come back before continuing. Hi, welcome back from the ad. Sorry you had to sit through that. I did say thank you and thank you again while you guys were dealing with that. But I also would not be upset if you guys had like a functioning ad blocker if you needed to. But you know, thank you for dealing with it because it does help me. So anyway, So yeah, I did get to finally go through it today. Up to, we got through to like a point, but sorry, my headset turned off, and then when that happens, everything like shifts, and I can't hear anything. Not that I had anything playing, it's just I have like an ambient mode on, and they're like little microphones that pick up sound. And then when it turns off, everything suddenly and I can't hear fucking anything. So we're gonna turn on some sounds just a little bit. There we go. We can listen to some of the Missing Link music. How's that? Anyway, Missing Link is really cool, and I'm really excited about it. But yeah, we did get to play, and I have a couple critiques for it, but it's in beta, and that's kind of the point, right? They gotta actually throw it to the dogs and let the dogs chew on it a little bit to find the flaws. So there are some things that I feel are, could be improved upon. But it is very, like, the thing is, I'm sitting there, like, watching, and I'm like, God, I wish I was playing. Like, I wish I was playing this fucking game. It looks really fun. Especially because the combat has, like, a lot going on. You can also just autoplay, like, let that shit, Beyblade let it rip on its own, and just let it do stuff, which is fine. And I probably will be doing a lot of that passively. Because why not? Why wouldn't I? You just get free stuff out of it. But just in terms of, like, actually playing the game, like, it's very engaging and very close in a lot of ways to much more like the mainline titles, which I know some people, had problems with in regards to, like, Dark Road or Cucks in general, which I feel like was very much of a slightly older era, like, gacha mobile game kind of setup. Give me a fucking second. How do I... Every time I always forget. I click you, and then I go... Stop doing that. There we go. Anyway. So the combat, really cool. Like, if you've been seeing any of the videos and stuff around, you can see that there's a lot fucking going on. But there was actually a lot of fun looking at, like, the pieces that they're called, with the little, basically, the Smash Brothers trophies that you get. And they all have a bunch of different, like, little abilities and stuff on them. We managed to get Riku. We also managed to get, like, a shit ton of Kairi for some reason. Like, it was not like it was a problem. It was just, like, we got Riku, like, twice. And it just, like, for every pull, it was, like, we just kept getting Kairi. We're like, okay, that's fine, but, like, how is this happening this many times in a row? But here's the thing. I didn't know this going in. I mean, there are a lot of things I didn't know going in, because it's a beta test, but, like, there are, like special shiny version. Not shiny, not as in a different coloration. Not like Pokemon shiny. I mean, they're literally, like, glowing versions of these pieces. I keep wanting to call them trophies, because they're basically trophies. So forgive me, but, like, there are, like, shiny versions of them, and we got one of Kairi, and we were like, why is she, like, sparkling in, like, the image, right? Like, what's different? We, like, just got one. What is this? And we pull it open, and we realize, oh, there's, like, a regular version, and then there is, like, a glowing version. And I have photos, I have pictures of the difference between them. And then as we were kind of getting our bearings and, like, figuring out and understanding what we were looking at, we found out we also had a glowing Dumbo, so that's cool, I guess. But it, like, they look really nice. Like, they're really like, oh, actually, I like this. This looks really cute. So yeah, hoping to see the others and, like, what else, just the glow effect. I really enjoy, honestly, these little, like, trophy models, basically, because they're kind of like the little formation arts, like the ones that they made that like whipped so much ass and then they never went back to it for some reason. The little like you get your small little base and then they had a whole little like diorama scene that would have like all these cool like exaggerated proportions and everything, and I actually have a lot of them because they rule hard. But like it's cute because you get to see, and then like they'll put, you know, they make a little scene out of it, which is like, I don't know, it's really nice to see. You're like, I got Pooh Bear, and then you go look at the full trophy of Pooh Bear, and he's standing there, and he's got grass, and he's got a little fence around him. We got like Pluto, and we were like, oh, it's so cute, because he's got like his little bowl, and then they just have like little star particles just like around, and we were like, what the fuck? This is so cute. And like Piglet walking on a bridge, like really into him. And I would love if they made like I say this and it's like they're never going to fucking do this because they like Square Enix is like allergic to making like good merchandise for some reason. I don't know who the fuck is in charge in making these decisions, but but like these little like if they had made like even just amiibo-esque trophies, right? Or continued, God forbid, to make formation arts, I mean, fuck, I'd be buying them. And I know I wouldn't be the only one. And it's something that it's like, you could sell them easily to people who aren't even here for Kingdom Hearts, but they're here for like Disney and collectibles. You know what I mean? So you like put out this cute little Pooh Bear. You put out a cute Meg. You know, you could do fucking anything, but yeah, the KH2 World Figs. Yeah, the formation arts, those little guys, basically. Would love more of that. But yeah, they're actually like really cute and fun and like fun to look at and offer a lot of neat variety in terms of like spells and stuff. I enjoy it too because like you can tell they had fun with like little like effects. So it's like, here's Tinkerbell, but it's not just Tinkerbell. There's like a whole magic like that like leads up there, and it's like it's really cute. And yeah, I don't know, it's nice. I saw some screenshots of like the Sora, Riku, and Kairi little, like it was like the banner basically for the little trophies. I'm just gonna keep calling that. Anyway, and like they really looked like the shader was all fucked up, and like the models didn't look bad, but they looked strange, you know? And then seeing it in game it looked better than whatever I was seeing online. So I don't know if that was just that person's setup or situation. There were definitely issues, like some shader issues here and there, because it's a beta test, it's a stress test, you know, they're trying to find all the little kinks and bugs and stuff. And so sometimes when we were looking at like our character screen, like the light would not hit the model of our character right, and so everything else looked fine, and then it was just like darkness, just standing in darkness, you know? We're like, oh, okay. So there's like little stuff like that, but as far as like the game functioning, it was smooth. Things were fine. There was a little issue with like controller connectivity, but like, you know, there are so many factors in that where it's like, is it the game having issue reading button inputs, or is it the iPad we connected it to? It could be the controller, though I don't think it was the controller, but it was like a PS5 controller connection, and just, you know, there's too many factors in that to say if like controller usage is good or not. But we had kind of some issues there, but even then, just genuinely just playing it and touching the screen worked. It functioned really well. So Square loves throwing the same 4 boring JPEGs on cheap plastic and fabric. Yeah, and I'm fucking sick and tired of it. I am so tired of it. Which is why I be out here getting fan merchandise most of the time. Oh, sidebar. Real quick, I'll get back to Missing Link. So I went to con, right? I was selling at a con with my partner. I wasn't selling any of my stuff, it was their table. But I did get some merchant things while I was there. I was reminded, speaking of fan merch, because I have this right here. I got this really nice big standee that has them on it. It's like really tall. It's like my tallest one. Like absurdly huge. Standee. That's very cute. I'll bring it up here. You can see it. Focus. Focus, camera. Figure it out. I know you can. There we go. Hey. But it's cute. And then, like, the stand is cute, too. I don't know why they put coconuts on the tree. God bless them. But, like, a Paopu is there. But there are also coconuts. I just thought it was funny. But anyway, very cute little... I like the shade of, like, Sora's got, like, the red kind of gradient, and then Rika's got, like, the blue, and, you know, gay people, So, anyway. I have that over there. Also, really important, I need to share with you guys, an important little man that I got from Con. Oh! This! I have named him Wee Wee, because he goes, wee 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 wee. And here he is. This is Wee Wee. Spelled just like W-E-E. W-E. Wee Wee. Isn't he cute? Isn't he so cute? He keeps sitting in my pocket. And I go, can you look at something really quick? And I like turn and he's like sticking out. Yeah, obviously. They actually had like a lot of these at the table. So this table they had a lot of like really nice handmade plushes and stuff like that. And they had one that was like, it was like a big, I think it was a possum, because they also had rats and they looked a little similar, but like this one was definitely a possum. They had a very big one. And you could unzip its like stomach and like the guts would come out. And they also had like little sparkly like glitter whatever stuff attached to like the little intestines that would come out of the fucking of this possum. God, I had to really scrape back there like quickly. I was like, well, what animal name, what is it? Anyway, they had a lot of really cool stuff actually. And then like my friend bought one of their smaller ones that was like the rat that you could open up and the guts would come out. It didn't have as much stuff in there, but it was still like really nice. And I was like, I am in love with this little bug. I'm in love with this. They had other colors, but like very obviously. And so they had like disappeared and then they came back and they were like, I got the rat. And then they like threw the little guy at me for me. And I am in love with Wee Wee. I love the little fabric. It's cute. It's stars. It's rainbow. And he goes, wee, 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 wee. You know, look at him. Wee, wee, wee. So anyway, this is Wee Wee. I needed to introduce everybody to Wee Wee. Whoa, rat be upon ye. Oh, I may as well. Look what I have. It's finally here with me. My little new charm, other way, just a little bit. My new little charm fun merch time. It's really funny because, so I had pre-orders. I had pre-orders set for a while, and like I simply wasn't sure when it was going to come. That's the only thing when ordering with VOG Race is like they work in a timely manner. It's just that things get shipped from China, and so you have to wait a little while. They got to produce everything, and then they got to ship it, and it can take a little bit. But usually it only takes like, it's like a, depending time of year, you know, whatever's going on, month, maybe month and a half, 2 months, depending from order to arriving at the house. And we ordered it and we just weren't sure when it was going to come in, and we hadn't gotten any shipping notifications or anything to even know when it had left. And then finally, the day we got the shipping notification, just to be like, we shipped it, it's on the way, it was already at our doorstep. It was just already there. So like I had like put all this sale stuff up, like expecting, and I'm like, well, it'll just be pre-orders for now. It's fine. You know, I don't know when this stuff's going to show up. We still don't know when it's going to show up. And then we were like going out for the day, out the door, and there's like the box of shit, you know, we're like, oh, surprise, you know? So, woohoo! So we got it very suddenly. So then I had to reinstate like the sale for the shop. So the sale is still going. For those of you, I haven't streamed at all since I started it. My shop with my merchandise has a sale going on right now that's just happy holidays, all one word. Happy holidays. That gets you 15% off of your entire order. This includes like shipping, all of that stuff. After you spend at least like $20. So even if just the shipping knocks you over like 20, like it'll still apply. So if you're interested, I've got that, but I also have, I have this. We didn't get to look at it properly. So one, it's a ribbon, very cute, right? I was quite happy that this was there. Here's the cute fucking, I worked very hard on this lanyard because you have no idea how many times I had to like iterate upon it to make it fucking work, because like I was like, well, I'm just gonna keep it simple, like the Halloween one, right? Which is just kind of like a black background, blacky kind of gray, and it just has like, you know, a simple kind of pattern, whatever. Then I was like, I'll just make it like red and give it kind of maybe like a little plaid design in there, you know, like flannel. It's Christmas, right? And then it was not working out. It was not working out. No matter how many times I would either saturate or desaturate or fuck with the shading or anything like that, it would not work because like there are just too many bouts of like red that like wouldn't pop off, or even brown. Like the brown against the red was not fucking working out. So I had to abandon that, and then I was like, okay, but like what if I made it snow? But then I'm like, god damn it, Donald is made of snow, he's like pure white. What am I gonna do? And so I kept messing with it, and eventually I got it to somewhere that I liked, and I like it because it to me is like the hill, you know, it's just like, oh, it's like snow that come out of the tree, wee, and then it's just like a nice little curving path down to Christmas Town and stuff, and that's kind of like what I was thinking of when I made the little background. But I want a really important detail, okay? Really important. So there's like stuff in between them, you know, little pattern, stuff like that, little present. Here's Goofy. I put mistletoe, so it's above Sora. Talk about the over-rendered bucket. Yeah, I'll talk about the over-rendered bucket where I wasted my goddamn time. Anyway, there's a mistletoe over Sora, and I just need people to look at that because it's on the bend, and I knew it would be, but like I couldn't put it up at the top, but I did want to put it on. So it is mistletoe, and I did research on mistletoe because a lot of people think that the little red berries with like the holly leaves, it's holly, it's not mistletoe. But mistletoe can have red berries. It can, but it also usually has white berries. So people get this kind of mixed up. But also, did you know that mistletoe is a parasitic plant? It has to become a parasite on another plant, and that's how it becomes at all. But because of this, it would be like people would see it growing off of another plant and the other plant would die, but the mistletoe would live. And so people got this kind of perception that mistletoe was like, it wouldn't die, you know. It was just like, ooh, it's good for like long life and stuff like that, because they were seeing it survive where other plants weren't. And it turns out it was like killing them, sort of, but like, you know. So there's your interesting fun fact. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Astral. Always coming back. Thank you. But also, hi, Shannon. So anyway, yeah, there's your fun mistletoe facts. Here's this. Oh, and then also, of course, the cute, let's see, here we go. It's like reflecting my screen. I think it came out so cute. I'm really happy with the actual like charm part of this. Look at him. Look at both sides. I worked hard on this. It came out nice and cute, okay? And like the snow. And also, here's the fun fact. I had to put the snow on the shoe because the shoes are different fucking shapes, like entirely. And so I had to put snow on it to cover the fucking, like, the shape of the shoe so I could hide them from each other and it would like look fine on both sides. So there's your secret. The snow is there to, like, cheat it a little bit. But honestly, it looks good. It looks fine. It's just like snow on the shoes. But yeah, so if people aren't aware, this one with the red, come on, find it. Find it. If I do this, if I put enough up there, it'll figure it out. Or it won't. Anyway, the fucking, you've seen it. The red one is like art Nomura drew once for Christmas. And it's just like, oh, he's in like a little red outfit. It's similar to his Halloween Town outfit. Or, well, his Christmas Town outfit. But like, you know, it was just like, oh, but like actually red and kind of a little different. And I just, have always thought that art was so, so cute. And so I wanted to include it really bad. But most, like, the rest of these, unless there is a reason to, the sides are just going to be the same. But unless I were, like, to change an expression or something, like, something small. But, like, this one was, like, this is a special case, or I needed to put both on there. So, there you go. There's that. Also, I have this one up here. But I don't have both of them. But I do have stickers of these guys. I guess I could go grab a Riku, but like I already just had this one Sora because there was an uneven amount of them, so this is the bonus Sora. I have the postcard of the red Santa Sora somewhere. Came with with Chain Memories. Maybe it was like no. Well, no, I guess it would be kind of simultaneous because I'm like, did he base that off of the Christmas Town outfit? Or did he base the Christmas Town outfit off of that? Because it happened with Final Mix. And anyway, it doesn't matter. But anyway, I have this guy. And I have the Riku. And they're both very cute because I still can't get restocks of the Riku pin. Driving me insane, by the way. Maybe because they're just out of, like, the material for it. I have no idea what the context of the red Santa... Yeah. And it doesn't really matter. Also, hi, hello. We'll get back to talking about Missing Link, but right now we're talking about fun merchandise because I have it. So anyway, I have these stickers. It's very fun holographic. It printed very nicely. And I just thought, why not? They're not very big. Because I only drew it so big, right? But, like, that's why they're sold as a set. If you get them, you will get both of them. And they both look very nice. And, yeah, I guess that's all I have for now. I did put an order in for something else. I have another set of pins on the way. So, you can look forward to that. And for once, it's not Sora and Riku. So, I am looking forward to how they're gonna turn out. One I had to struggle with for a little while. And it was a slog. I'm much happier with it now. Thank Christ. But, like, it's actually not Zaicus. Which is funny, you would, like, assume, right? I kind of already drew them, but, like, I wasn't quite satisfied with those ones, and I had an idea for a different thing that was, like, on sale. So it's gonna have some hot stamping, so, like, the shiny, like, metal, like, overlay stuff. They're very much in, like, the same style as, like, my little Sora and Riku. But... Anyway, I'm excited for those to show up. I'm also excited to have been done with them, that's for sure, because that was really, like, it's always, like, either it comes out all at once, and I'm like, this is the best shit I've ever done, or it's like, okay, I have to come back to this, and then it's like, I am literally pulling out, like, my own molars from the back, just far from the back, and I'm just yanking that shit out, and it's a pain in the ass, but I'm happy with them now, so... But yeah, I have those on the way. I have other ideas I want to do, but like, I don't know. I'm tired. There was a big sale going on and I had ideas. I just couldn't fucking get to it, so it's whatever. But yeah, I think that's all I really had. Like, I have some stuff like, well, whatever. Anyway. Wait. Let me be smart really quick. Since we were talking about it, I may as well. I'll put it in. I did take very cute photos of my Christmas Town lanyard charm. That is my shop. You can see for yourself. And also the stickers, by the way, they're like $5 like total for like the both of them. And the shipping is like nothing. So if you're just like, I want 2 little guys, I got 2 little guys for you. So there you go. That's my pitch, I guess. Buy it or don't. I don't care. I have it anyway. But there you go. Anyway, the music playing right now is from Missing Link, and it's very nice. Big cartel. You know. You wanted the emoji do that. Sorry, I'm new. Don't worry. We all make that fucking mistake. I think that stupid robot looks like shit. Don't blame anybody. But anyway, so there you go. There's my shop stuff. I got that all going, which took a lot of effort, a lot of brain power to get that all going, but you know how it is. That's a better happy emote. Speaking of, I think I just heard somebody. Maybe not. Usually I can hear him walking, like, to come in, so. We can finally listen to Missing Link Dearly Beloved without the fighting noise on top. Yeah, we can. The only thing is, I didn't put it in the list because I think that it might get muted, which is annoying. But I the last time, that's what happened to my Twitch stream, and I don't care if my Twitch stream gets muted at this point because everything goes up on YouTube, and I'm recording it like natively, so you know, not an issue. But it is annoying when things get taken down, and that's kind of what happened with the reveal trailer. God forbid, like, this a brand new song I've never fucking heard before, get me in trouble. But if it gets put in the rotation, I'm not gonna skip it. Like, if somebody wants to add it, we can listen to it, that's fine. I just didn't put it in. I put in the other songs, though. I regularly think about the fucking waltz of 3D's Dearly Beloved. Me too, actually. Like, all the fucking time. It's incredible. I think the part in Project Destati's Dearly Beloved 2, where they kind of mix a bunch of the versions of Dearly Beloved together, when it hits the Dream Drop part, it hits real good. So I definitely recommend it. But anyway, so Missing Link is really cool, and I'm really looking forward to it. But here's the thing, I'm warning you right now, okay? This is not even really a problem. It's just going to be really funny. So anytime people are given the freedom to use the entire color spectrum at their disposal for, like, customizing their character, inevitably you're going to see like 4 million avatars with like the worst colors you have ever seen. It's just like suddenly like, oh, it's made very strikingly clear how much people do not have any color sense. And so everyone goes for, they're like, pink. And then they just go like to the upper right corner, like hot pink ass whatever. And they're like, I'm Kyrie colors. And it's like the most like, this, no, you need to be warmer. You need to be a little more, like, we need to tone this down just a little bit, you know? It's just like, I'm already seeing it. I've already been seeing it places. This sounds like a stupid question, but what is Project Destati? Project Destati is like, well, I guess a project, right? But like, they are people who make very good orchestrations with like actual orchestra like recordings of just like Kingdom Hearts music. They have 2 major albums. They also have a couple other smaller ones. You can find them on Spotify. You can find them on YouTube. You can find them kind of wherever there is music. They have a light album and a darkness album. They're both very good. Highly recommend just checking them out. They're also active on Twitter, even on Tumblr. They reblog a lot of fan art, which is really cool. And they're cool. They're very chill. But yeah, anyway, so the fact that they don't put in like a color swatch like option, like predetermined like nice looking colors at all, they just toss you in the deep end. They're just like, yeah, pick your own fucking colors, you know, and you can put in a hex code for like consistency. But even if you're consistent, doesn't matter if you picked a really ugly ass color. It's just so like, oh my god, just because it's red doesn't mean it's the right red, you guys, okay? It's not like full fucking blast upper right corner, like fire truck fucking red. I always remember this one post about people talking about like TF2, and it's like, they didn't make like the perfect shade of like this like soft fucking red or whatever for you to go full, like, I forgot they put in like the hex code for it, like just bullshit crazy red. You know, it's just like, just fucking color pick it or something. You are killing me. I think all of us fans are artists. Sure, it sounds nice that we have heavy customization. Oh yeah, no, I think it's actually like fun. It's like, it's just funny. It is just funny because it's so like, it's always just so like apparent, like out the gate, how much like, I guess it's just more common than you'd think, how much people are like, you know, I've never really had to think about like colors and like applying colors, you know, like color, like give them a coloring book and they're gonna go with just like water is blue, grass is green, you know, the tree is brown, and then the same green, like it's just like you have like the most basic like flat, and this isn't even, I cannot stress enough, this is not like an insult to anyone. It's something that even like when you're learning as an artist to like let go of these kind of preconceptions of like what color things are, because it's usually more about like the environment and the lighting and stuff like that. So it's just like, okay, a rock is gray, but a rock, typically say it's in the shade, and like it's actually going to be more of like a dark like blue or even like a green, or you know, it's the idea that like, you know, color is more of like, color's really situational, you know what I mean? But it's just something where it's just like, all right, I'm gonna go with pink, and then it's just like there are so many shades of pink and you picked every wrong one, you know? It's just really funny. That's it. It's simply funny and kind of endearing to see, I suppose. And then people are like, I want black and red. And then they go with like just total like fucking all black, and then like again the fire truck red, you know? You're just like, ugh. But anyway, sorry, I'm looking at the chat really quick. I'm catching up. They never do the pumpkin shading drawing in first grade. Is that a common pumpkin shading drawing? I mean, I guess I can say no because I'm not sure what you mean. But even if they do, it doesn't mean that people like, it always sticks. You know what I mean? But I do think they're gonna add more hair options. Like, they have really set it up for being able to do so many things with customization. They give you like 3 full-ass accessory slots. You could do anything. And they only had like so many. They're like, here's a tail, here's a bow, here are very cute little bell earrings. The only issue I have is that some of these smaller parts don't have customizable colors. Like, you only customize like one part of it. So we changed the to like this different pair of shoes, and they were very cute shoes, but the shoe part themselves, they were like really brown. Not necessarily a bad shade of brown, but like a difficult shade to work with, and we couldn't change it, like the main shoe color, so that was kind of strange, but we could change the upper part of the shoe, which we like made work, but we were just like, that's an odd choice. But especially seeing that we were like given this little hat, and we could change the hat color, the trim color, and like this little bit that stuck out underneath, and we could change each color for that. But they're like, shoes, they're like, fuck it, the shoe's brown and you're just gonna have to deal with that. And we're like, oh, okay, sure, I guess. But I only checked out a video, but it seemed like you couldn't change the skin tone at all. You recognize the regular fucking folding table by the bed that like everybody has? Yeah. But also, yeah, you can change the skin tone. Like, that would be fucked up at that point if it was like you can have heterochromia, but you can't be brown, you know? It would be like, guys, hey, hold on, back it up. But it's like, it's hard because it's like, I forgot even when we went in. Have they added afro textured hair at all? Not really, no. So I'm hoping that that changes. They don't have a lot of hair options at the moment. Like, there's some, but there's not a lot. And it is beta, right? But like, I would sure hope so. I mean, they did more so in like cucks, right? But like, I think their heart's in the right place. They just need more time to make stuff, right? Though, you know, it would be nice if from the get-go that there were some options. Isn't there like a body type A and body type B thing? Yeah, they're doing very much like Animal Crossing route of like no real like gender choice. You just choose a body type. And that's it. And then all of the hair is the same. All of the clothes options are the same. And some of the default stuff you get, they're like, hey, it's like a dress. It's like a full-blown dress with a very cute like bust and like cleavage. And it's like, it doesn't matter flat or not, like you have the whole thing and like the cleavage. And so it's, again, very much the Animal Crossing route of like, you can be a boy, you can wear a dress, and they don't skimp on it. You know, they don't change it, they don't alter anything. They're just like, can you make a plus size? No, not at current. Though the face options, they do have some like much rounder faces. But in terms of like body types, they literally only have type A and type B, where it's just like masculine and feminine body types. And that's all they have so far. So could they change in the future? Yeah, but like we're obviously not looking at like the full breadth of what they're going to offer. And they have definitely set themselves up for like like this whole thing is going to be so crazy about like avatar customization. Like they really had a lot of fun with it in Cucks, but like this is like there's just so much they can do here. Hope they don't do the New Horizon thing where you have to pay extra for the, oh right, because that was like, because it was in like DLC stuff, right? I'm trying to remember because it's been a minute, but like they did, because they added stuff with like the DLC. But also I've been a part of like a family plan for a long time, so I've just had it, you know, I just had it like day one. We just had this shit, so I forget. So you can have a chubby face. I don't know about the body. Yeah, you can't with the body yet. I don't know what they're gonna, like I said, they just have type A and type B body types, and one is masculine and one is feminine. We'll just have like a slider. I don't know. I also am going to assume that a lot of like, that it's probably gonna be more about buying like outfits. Be able to change the body type as you're playing. No. It was a lot more like, a lot of this is it was like simplified, but both offered quite a few options, at least in terms of like, they had few hairstyles, but you can kind of do a lot with it because you can change the color for both like the highlight, like top part of the head, and then you can change the color for the bottom part. So like you can get a lot of different like looks and effects with the smaller selection that they have. And even then, I wouldn't say it's like a tiny selection, but it's definitely not like the full selection. You know what I mean? They've got like one option for long hair, and it's like really long hair. And that's kind of it. And they're like, here's a ponytail one, you know, here's like a little, I wouldn't quite call it a bowl cut, but like, you know, they just didn't have like a whole bunch. It's a beta test. Let's all remember the game's not done yet. And there are plenty of things that kind of show that, but you know, like I said, it's a beta test. So that a lot of things where I'm just like, yeah, of course we're not going to see that yet. Like, so it doesn't even register as much. But, it's at a better starting line than when Cuck started at. Yeah, I think that, especially, like, in comparison to Cuck's, like, just this base foundation is a very, like, it's very good. Like, they're making a lot of the right choices to start. And I think that, like, given time, like, it'll only get better. But if someone makes like an open character creator based on Missing Link, sorry, get really obsessed with character customization. Well, this is definitely probably going to be a game for you because like it's gonna go kind of bonkers. Anyway, you want to see our little baby we created? Hold on, I gotta pull it up. Okay. Let's see if I go over here and then. Not DS emulator. I think this should be. Hey, don't look at. Whee! Okay, get that out of here. Anyway, so you start with this outfit, right? No matter what. But, like, you can pretty immediately change your outfit as soon as you're able to, like, play in town. You just go into your menu, and you can change shit at any time, okay? Let me read it. You can change your entire look at the drop of a hat for free, okay? So, just keep that in mind. You do not have to be, like locked to it. Just like in Cucks, you could just go in and change your whole look no matter what. So, yeah, we did put a little beauty mark. Let's see. And this was after, like, we went in and, like, I was like, wait, did we ever change our eye color? And then we were like, ah, fuck. We totally forgot. Like, you can change the color on fucking everything, and it's not always immediately. I'm so sorry about the ads. We'll go look at the beautiful face for a moment. I'll just leave it here. I'll leave it here. I can wait for the ad, folks. Okay, there we go. But yeah, in terms of character customization on the whole, very promising in terms of just having a lot of options and stuff. It's more about presets than getting to, like, really fiddle and squiddle with, like, sliders, which is fine. But worst timing for ads. Yeah, well, that's always how it fucking goes, isn't it? Want me to link the skin tone list? I mean, you can, if you want. And we're back. Hey, how's it going? Okay. Yeah, it's a late night stream. I was playing Missing Link in the early parts of the day, and then I was really tired. And then I almost fell asleep, and then I had dinner, and now I'm here. Also, I had an energy drink with dinner, and that kind of solved the being tired problem. So here we are, here to talk about Missing Link. So, anyway, so this is our little baby, our he-they, as we kind of decided upon. Because we kept saying son boy, and then we were like, but like very, so baby, son boy, he-they. And you'll see, especially as we went in and we went to customize, and we were like, you're so beautiful. We love you, honey. Our little weirdo that we named Marsh. So it was, okay, let me clarify. It is for the UK and Australia. I was watching my friend in the UK who got in. We were going through it together. Like, they were screen sharing with me, and we started it, and then we like created this little fucking baby and went in and played. So I did not play it myself, but we were playing it together. So anyway, this is our little baby. This is Marsh. And it was just so funny, like, we're just watching, and then I could like see them like taking screenshots because it would always like show up on the screen. And they have very like little, it's like almost this kind of pouty look with these little like worried eyebrows. Dome and Marsh, they bees christening their respective video games. Yeah, I wasn't. I'm like, we got another they. Look at this. Look at this pouty little fucking face. There are these set of lips, by the way, that are so like, and there's like this one face that really has, like, you could make handsome Squidward in this game. Like, that's all. But we did change the eye color. So that's not permanent. That was just like, we went through the creation process, and then we were like, hold on a second. I think we forgot to look at the eye colors. So, this is, so the lighting also did not reflect the color of their hair we chose, which was this like nice little like blend, going on. So this is the color, but like you can see the kind of blue-green in it, but the hat kind of covers up the top. And this is the color that it was. And here's a little hat we put on. Yeah, you can blend the hair. So you can choose the top part of the head, like the color of the hair, and the bottom part, like separately. And it can be fucking anything, which is why I'm saying there are going to be so many characters with the most butt-ass ugly colors on their head, with heterochromia and everything, and the world is going to be a better place for it. You can change the color of the clothes. So here are the shoes I was talking about. They would not let us change the color of the shoe. Like that brown shoe, locked in for some reason. Could not change it. Don't know why. But we could change the top part. It's not a sock, it's like a boot cover. Yeah, it is like bronze. Yes, but that's still like a brown. So we just had to like make the pants match, but we were like, that's fine, because like it's the brown and the beige and the brown and the beige and the brown. Like looked nice because we were looking kind of at this nice little softer look, as you can see here. You can put, let's see, we have little bell earrings that you can kind of see over here. You can put on like three different, like you can hat all of your clothes, and then you get 3 different accessories, and like they have like anything in there. So they had like, they're like, here's a tail, here's some earrings, here's a big fat fucking ribbon, here's some glasses, and they were cute glasses too. They had like a little bit of a tortoiseshell look on them, and I was like, oh, those are just really cute glasses. And this is all stuff that's like free to do. So, and they have like 3 different to pick, what is it? Like, pick number 2, my lord. Or is it like pick number 3? I don't remember. Anyway, they at least give you like 3 different outfits, and one of them is like, this hat is like with the dress option. Yeah. Pick number 3, my lord. But anyway, I don't know why it didn't show up here, because we had 2 different accessories on. So we had the earrings, and we had this little tail in the back. But but it only showed one, but we still had the earrings on, so don't ask me. But, like, it also had a little trouble sometimes when we were putting hex codes in to make things match, and it wouldn't apply it for some reason, and so then we just had to start eyeballing a little bit, and then eventually it kind of started working, but, like, again, everything's, you know, they're figuring it out. It's beta. It's... what are you gonna fucking do? You get to choose your pose. Look at this. Look at this. You get to choose your fucking pose, for your little card. So, eventually, you'll get to choose, like, the background, and also underneath the key here, you can put, like, a phrase. And we did later, but it was after we took this screenshot. And it was just, like, KH1 Riku apologist. And that's what it said. But yeah, it says, like, it has your level here, your rank. Honestly, I love the UI design in this game. It looks really, really nice. They really have an aesthetic, and they, like, just fucking gunned for it. They just went so hard into it, and it looks really nice. So yeah, this is like your little card. And you can choose the pose that you're in while you're on it, and you can change the background, though they don't have any options currently. We'll all help each other with color picking. Yeah, we'll have a channel in the Discord specifically for, like, workshopping colors, and then we have to, like, drop, like, okay, here's the hex code, use this color. This is so bad for me in particular. So yeah, this is Marsh with the little hat. Another thing that we do know is that you will be able to pick a voice. Like, everything is, like, not everything, but, like, characters are voice acted in this game. And they do have the option to pick a voice, but it's grayed out because it's just not a part of this test yet. So, keep that in mind. You will be able to pick a voice. They'll probably have more than just 2, I would think. But as it stands, there wasn't really anything in there. But we did see, like, in the cutscene when, like, Remus is his name, the red-haired guy, who's also very fun. He was very fun. I was also having fun listening to him talk and realizing I was understanding, like, pretty good portions of what he was saying. So, are Marsh's gloves tiny? They are, like, half gloves. And there were, like, more than one glove option, but sucker for half gloves, so. But yeah, they are voice acted, and there were parts where, like, your character is obviously, like, talking, but not in that way where it's just like, oh, I'm just getting meaning from what you nodded, and then you're like, aha, you know, like in Cucks or something. But, like, you know, and they sometimes speak in a full sentence, but very rarely. But, like, this one was like, oh, they're like talking, but there's just no voice yet. Oh wait, is the game only in Japanese? I don't know if we'll get English voices. I have no idea. That would be really cool though. But as far as it stands, we have some voice acting and it is in Japanese, so we'll see. We'll see how that happens. I don't think they've been much in this position before, and you know, typically Kingdom Hearts gets English voice acting on the whole, but like, who knows? We're kind of in new territory, so we'll just see how that goes, but it would be cool if we did. Anyway, our he-they, Marsh. What else do we have? Okay, so we got Kairi, right? I was saying this earlier. We got the Kairi, like, again, I keep wanting to say trophy or statue or something, but they're called pieces in game. They are called pieces, and they said this in English. So just so you know, they're called pieces. But anyway, we got Kairi, and this is her not glowing, and then we have her glowing, and it's like really nice looking, actually. So there are special versions of the pieces that you can get, and they have this really nice underlighting. Like, you can see the base is all like lit up. So we had a glowing, sparkly special Kairi, and then we also had a glowing fucking Dumbo. And we didn't get to spend as much time with it to see how much it affected things. Each little, like, piece has, like, a spell, basically, right, attached to it. Whether it's, like, a physical attack, like Slide Dash is one of them. Sometimes it can be, like, an elemental, like, there's, like, Earth Dash you can get. Kairi has Haste, which, honestly, it's pretty goated. I'm not gonna lie, that shit was, like, immediately, we're like, oh my god! You pop it off, because it makes you attack faster, and it makes the reload times for your other abilities, like, reload faster. And it was like, we just, like, the first battle we went into, and then we just, like, pop her off, and we're like, like, going crazy. We're like, holy shit. So, anyway, actually really useful. But, like, I was looking at it, I was like, okay, if they have, like, these abilities and stuff, and they all have different ones, and so it can be, somebody could have, like, they could have, like, Fyra 1 or something, right? And then somebody else can have Firaga 2 or 1 or something like that. And, like, I'm not sure yet how you, if you level up the spell itself. But they are a little different. So with, like, Fyra, it was like you shoot 3 different fireballs, which has its own use. And then, like, the Firaga was you just shoot 1, but it's like a big one. And it hits, like, whoever it hits, it has a bit of an AoE. And they kind of seem to have different uses as opposed to just being, and Firaga is the best one. So we'll see how that turns out. Obviously, gameplay stuff like that is one of the easier things to just end up, like, tweaking, you know, balancing, stuff like that. So we'll see how that plays out, because we had fucking Fred in his getup, and then we also had Hades, and they both offered, like, different fire attacks, and Hades really was, like, destroying stuff. So that was cool to see. We did, like I said, we did get Riku. And his was like Ars Arcanum, so that was, you know, we're just smacking shit around, which was very useful. But yeah, we have Kairi, and then we just Kairi, glowing Kairi. So I'm excited to see the other glowing versions. However, whenever people get their hands on that, how does the combat work? It's like. Oh, right, hold on. I'll get to that in a second. I'm recalling, I'm fucking back to talking about, I was not sure how the spells work, right? And her being glowy, she's obviously special, but I don't know if it means she has higher base stats. Is it strictly like a visual thing? Because I was wondering, oh, does this affect, like, her spell? Maybe it, like, makes her spell, like, instead of haste 1, which is what it was, is it haste 2? Is there a chance to happen to get a haste 2 Kairi, or is it something that we have to level up ourselves? Unclear on that currently. We genuinely could not tell, kind of at a glance, like, what was special about glowing special Kairi, other than she was glowing and special. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's strictly a visual thing or not. But just know that that is a thing, and it does look very nice. As you can see, as you can tell the difference. Where, like, it looked nice in general, and then does it not say in the stats? Here's the thing. No. I don't know, actually, because we got a bunch of free poll tickets, basically, right? And so we were like, okay, time to go make our polls, and we made one poll, got Kairi, made the second poll, got shiny Kairi, and we were like, well, okay, when you get doubles, you get, like, you know, it kind of becomes, like, fodder to, like, strengthen the pieces that you do have. And so we were like, okay, well, I hope that shiny sparkly Kairi doesn't just get thrown into the bin or something. Like, does she supersede the one we just got? And yes, I mean, we can, like, turn it on and off, I guess. So again, I don't know if it's strictly visual, and, like, we never got the chance to check the original one versus when we got shiny sparkly super Lisa Frank Kyrie or anything. So I could not tell you. I don't have enough information on that. And we were just getting our fucking little mitts into the game today. So, like, hard to say, but this exists. I didn't really see anybody talk about it. I mean, granted, I was, like, purposely avoiding looking, you know, at what people were saying, but I was still seeing stuff here and there. And this is, like, something I had no idea was gonna be a thing, and we just kind of happened to get one on our second pull in the game, so maybe the max is just higher. We'll find out. Time will tell. The more people get their hands on it, the more time we get to spend with it. Has there been any word on how much the beta covers? Well, as far as we can tell, it's pretty much an introduction. We see the opening cutscene, we get, like, our tutorial fights and stuff. We get to, you know, we meet Remus, we talk to fucking Freya, and then at that point, they're kind of just letting you loose with, like, okay, this is the astral plane, this is how it works. You can run around and do stuff, you know, here's how you get fights, here's how you get AP. AP being points you can spend to, like, do things, like, you can control and walk away from your current physical location because it is a GPS-based game. And so you can walk around. Walking around is free. I was worried it was going to be something that, you know, maybe the points would roll down as you were manually walking yourself around. Not the case. You can free roam all over your town, all you want, no consequences. It's when you try to engage with something that you're like, oh, there's like a fucking Pinocchio over there, I want to go get him, and you can run your ass all the way over there, and then it will cost X amount of AP to engage with it, basically. And it will increase the farther away you get from your physical location. They seem pretty lenient, little, you know, free-flowing with some of the AP just through... There's a lot of beta-specific things where they're just trying to give you resources so you can test features, right? So I don't know how this is going to go in terms of, like, when the game actually comes out. I did read an article earlier that was talking about, like, because somebody was actually looking at it and they're like, hey, you know, trying to do something that was, like, even, like, a town away or something was an astronomical amount of AP that wasn't even, like, it's far, but it's not that far kind of a thing. Especially because they live in Europe and everything's way closer. Like, for me, like, the next town over is, like, not that I live in the middle of nowhere, but, like, America is a very big place, you know? And so it's like, being able to do stuff like the world over kind of stinks if it's not really feasibly, like, attainable for people because it costs so much. So we'll see how that goes as the game comes out. But other than that, it's pretty much just been, like, really base gameplay stuff. So yeah, there's no story past the tutorial really at all. Outside of whatever implications you want to take just from like we get a cutscene about going into the little astral plane machine. You know, we get sucked into that bad boy, I guess. And there are some things where it's like, okay, you get the, you know, you met Remus and he's like, holy shit, you can use that Keyblade? That's fucking crazy, you know? And then it's like, okay, and then you went to town, and then the next day you were talking to Freya, and you're like, okay, maybe they'll put more in here, or maybe it's just like, da-da-da, you know, and then they went, and, you know, and then we continue with the story, I don't know. But, like, it's just like, okay, here's the setup, you're in, all right, here's how the game fucking works, and here's using raids, and here's partying with other people and other stuff like that, which obviously is going to be much more of a focus in like a beta test. It's like a gameplay and other stuff like that. Why am I like here, but like there's a sliver of like the screen? Okay. Anyway. Is there a time limit to the beta as well? Well, I mean, yeah, but like not like in terms of like you can only play this for X amount of time in the day. Like you can play it as much as you fucking want, but like I think it stops on the 7th or the 8th, something like that. It's like early December. And is how long this beta test is running. And in January, they're going to have another test for Android users. This one is iOS specific. And then it's going to be for Android users. And they're going to, you know, figure that shit out. I don't know if there's going to be any addition in content as they roll more stuff out to test it. Who knows? Granted, it's not a lot of time between now and then. It's like a month, and there are holidays in between. So we'll see. But as far as what it is, it's I was gonna say, I feel like it's not that different than the initial beta test that we got, at least as far as how much they're letting us see. But you know, we could only see so much because they weren't supposed to share things at the time, and they did anyway. But Nomura did say that initially he was like, this is representative of like, how much did he say? It was like 50 to maybe, I know this is a big fucking leap. I just can't remember the number, if it was like 50 to maybe 70% or something of like, this is, he was like, this is a large portion of the content that you're seeing in this first beta test. And then almost a year passes. And then we have this new one, and he's like, okay, that was more like 30% actually at the now that we're here. It's a much smaller slice of the pie than I initially expected, which, you know, means that the game is a lot larger than initially, you know, projected, which that just happens. But like, I feel like there's probably going to be a lot more once we get our hands on the game, and then the game's only going to grow from there. But as far as what we have access to is very, I would not say it's rudimentary by any means. It's not like, wow, there's barely anything in here, but it is definitely like not the full picture at all or anything. I hope Android users applies to my country so I could play. Well, I think this round of beta testing for the I was almost going to say the US, the like UK and Australia, all of like for iOS and Android this round, all of those applications already closed. Like that first like initial like, hey, we're taking applications, and people applied for the UK and Australia, and then now they're doing the round of iOS from that batch of people, and then the next one in January is going to be Android from that same batch of people. So it's not going to change yet. From what I've seen of people playing so far, the game looks really close to completion and pretty polished. I'm guessing that people who got to the beta test will probably carry over the save data, maybe. I don't think so. Hopefully it's not glitchy like Pokemon Go. Or if use only my cell phone can give me an account. I know that they were trying to address an issue that like it drains the battery like crazy, and I think that's unfortunately just the case with larger games these days anyway. Like, I'm just playing fucking Pikmin, and that shit's draining my battery like pretty significantly if I have that thing open, which is, you know, it's fine when I'm at home most of the time, but like I go out and I gotta be a little careful. Is the environment nice when you walk around the city? Absolutely. It's really nice. It's like really cute and charming. I already forgot whatever it was you were saying oh yeah to. Oh, maybe it was about the battery draining. Anyway, I think they had an issue with that, which I think is going to be something that's difficult to avoid in the first place, but that they said that they were trying to like address it, which it'll probably still be like kind of hard, a little harsh, a little hard hitting when it comes out, but it will definitely be better than whatever the hell they were dealing with. So speaking of Pikmin for December. Mitten? Oh, Mitten Pikmin. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know why that did not register as like a... Wait, is it Mitten? Like, is it an EN? Also, is the music good? Very. It's really nice. We had it playing earlier on stream. I think I can manually, hold on. Let me see. Show secondary playlist. I'm going to play some. Can I just play it? Can I? Yeah, like knit gloves. Okay. Yeah, because, sorry, I read it and I was like, Mitton? Myton? What do you, and then I remembered the loading screen. So, let's see. What should we listen to first? We'll just listen to the Scala. Go on YouTube, set playback position. Can I just, like, play it? Can I just manually choose to... Maybe if I just jump forward. Okay, it's playing one of them. So this is the fight music. In Scala, there is different fight music for when you are in the astral plane. The music is very nice. It's just super, like, it was so... Do we have the... Yeah, of course we do. Look, we've got the fight music. You think we don't have the fucking clean version of the dearly beloved everybody's been fucking chomping at the bit for? Oh, here's Riku's flat ass, by the way. He doesn't have an ass. And we were just like... He's got nothing. Fucking Hank Hill ass. Like, needs a fucking, like, the butt cheek inserts or whatever, and he's gonna... Or he's gonna hurt his spine. This one is not glowy, no, but it does have these little swooses around. Hank Hill ass looking ass. Bud, you're gonna get hurt. You need to do some squats. I'm like worried for you. Anyway, these are the screenshots I have. Glowing Kairi. I'm like kind of in the way, but you can see. Oh, by the way, the keyblades are really cool. So you get two keyblades. I don't have any screenshots of it. There is this red keyblade that you can see them holding. There's this red keyblade that you can see that they're holding, and this is like the default one. This is the one you go in fucking swinging, you're smacking, you're whacking, right? But then there is another one. It is a green one with a light bulb, which I was immediately very interested in. But also I do like I enjoy like spell casting kind of stuff, and like this is kind of like the spell casting alternative. And it like shoots like beams, like little shots, which is really interesting. And what was I gonna say? You can upgrade your keyblades, and when you upgrade them enough, they do change visually, by the way, like by a pretty significant margin. The red one, the change was not immediately noticeable. It's a little... It's fine. It's like a little bulkier, but like I genuinely did not realize for a little bit that it had changed. But the green one, the light bulb one, changed very noticeably, and it looked pretty cool. They're both pretty bulky, pipey, you know. But it is very neat, and like also there are charge attacks where you just hold the attack button, and you have to hit 100% before you can unleash it. Just as a heads up, if you try to release it like prematurely, it just doesn't happen. You can charge it up to 300% and do a big boy attack. But with the light bulb one, you shoot one very concentrated bolt. That's pretty nice, and it like tracks. It's pretty cool. Just so you know, that stuff looks neat, and looking forward to whatever other keyblades they're going to pull out. But for now, it's just like the two. Anyway, super charming fucking game. The environment is so nice. I want to run around more of it, like, so bad. And the music is just super pleasant. You do see other people's, like, characters just around in town. or sitting at the cafe or sitting on a bench, and like you can talk to NPCs and stuff, but sometimes you'll just see somebody standing around and they're like, you know, humming and hawing at like a shop or something, and then you can look at them and like you can look at their card like this and like see and like whatever their little like phrase that they put in. And Trix, hi. Thank you for the subscription. Do you like our little Hive? Have you found a limit to how far you can walk your character away? There like is no limit, basically. You can walk anywhere. You can walk anywhere. Because you can do that for free. But to engage with stuff on the map, that costs money. Or not money, sorry, it costs AP, which I think you could probably buy AP with money. You know? Like, the jewels. Jewels are back, just like in Cucks. But it's like, you can walk your ass fucking anywhere. Something that you can do too is like, you can look at the map. You look at the map, you can scale that sucker out and look at the whole globe. And I know this because I was like, find my house, go to America. And then we were like looking, and it was me trying to be like, okay, up here you see that water, and go up and then go down a little bit, and then it was like down in California. And I was like, no, you're too low. Anyway, you can go fucking anywhere, but like, at least as far as right now, in terms of like things to do in other parts of the globe that aren't the beta test, there isn't a lot you can jump to. Because there's nothing there. There's nothing to populate it. Nobody's playing, right? So it's whatever. When you go into the like astral plane, which is the GPS mode, one, it like switches over like really fast. And you can do this at pretty much any point. The music is really pleasant. And then I was trying to remember what I was going to say. Music really, oh, also Heartless are spawning around you pretty much all the time. Like, you can genuinely turn your phone on, or whatever you're playing this on. You can turn it on auto, by the way, and you can just, like, the Heartless, like, will spawn, like, nearby, and I don't know if you have to click them to engage with them, or if you can kind of have an auto bullshit going on, because, again, I wasn't playing it, I was simply watching, and I can't always see the inputs that are put in, so, but, like, it's something that, like, there's always something for you to do, even if you're not moving anywhere, even if you're not running your ass down the street, physically, or in-game, like, you can just sit at your house and Heartless will spawn around your location for you to do stuff with. And doing that can farm you, like, it'll net you AP, which you can use to do something away from your house without having to go there. AP is the cost to do things that you're not walking physically to. Because Nomura said he did not want to take walks. He just wanted to be able to do stuff from home. And, like, you know, I get it. But also, what's useful about that is, like, that's something that Pokemon Go had problems with, because it's a matter of accessibility. You know what I mean? Not everybody can leave their house very reasonably. And even if they could, the world is not as accommodating as it should be. So, you know, it can kind of really, it can really kind of gatekeep people from getting to engage in things. So that's something that's nice about this, is you genuinely can go fucking anywhere. I just hope that the cost of AP, does not become too much of a barrier for doing things elsewhere. And that seems to be, that's one of the complaints currently, especially in rural areas where there's hardly a Pokestop in sight. Yeah, and that is a problem. And in this game, it can still kind of be an issue in terms of, like, you really have to run your ass somewhere to go do something if you live in a nowhere. Oh yeah, this song, by the way, this is what plays when you're just in Scala. It's very nice. It's very pleasant. It's a little swingy, you know? It being accessible indoors is great too for me, who has issues going out sometimes. So how does AP work again? So AP, are you able to make that by fighting things? Yes. You get this stuff, you can get it completing quests. You can get it walking your ass around. You do just get it when you are in GPS mode. So if your character is tied to your location, you will be gaining AP, whether it's from fights, whether it's from you walking around, whether it's from completing quests and things, you will garner AP. And then from there, at any point, you can basically untether yourself and go fucking running into the virtual world wherever you want. And then if you're like, oh, I want to get fucking, there's Dewey Duck over there, and then like to engage with it, it'll be like, hey, it costs like 80 AP to do, and you're like, that's chump change, and you fucking throw it in there, and then you go fight a little guy, and then you get your little Dewey Duck piece. But the only thing is that cost, that AP cost, grows kind of exponentially the farther you get, the farther away you get, and so that can kind of limit you to a small area. Like I said, I was reading about it earlier when somebody was kind of comparing it. They were trying to jump other places in the world, and they were like, there's no way I can get this amount of AP, because you can move on the map. You can select wherever, and you can pay AP to teleport yourself there and then run around, versus having to have ran your ass over there, like physically, you know, or like physically or within the game, you know, just you having to actually run all the fucking way over there. You can teleport yourself places. The only thing is that sometimes, depending on where it is, that teleportation gets like stupid huge, and at that point it's gonna either pressure people to pay money, or like, I'm just hoping that they kind of address that, that's all, because then it kind of unfortunately takes away some of that accessibility depending on where you are. Like if you're really in the middle of nowhere and like the closest shit you have access to is in like the town that's like kind of down the way, and like that stuff starts to get expensive to interact with, which sucks. So I'm hoping that gets a little curtailed, so people can more reasonably, because it's like, I think that will attract a lot of people. I think that it's something that would work very well in Missing Link's favor. But they need it to be accessible. So I'm hoping that they kind of figure that shit out. I wonder if it's going to ban people like Pokemon Go does for using a third-party app to be in locations they have no access to. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. We'll find out, because the whole thing is that like you can run yourself around manually all you want. And it kind of doesn't matter where on the planet Earth it is. And I guess it probably knows when you're in, you know, like running around mode, and then GPS mode where it's just like, hey, physically, like, maybe you shouldn't be like in Area 51. Yeah, they can stop all of us, actually. You shouldn't be here, like, wandering around. That's kind of weird. But if you were just, like, running your ass over there, it's different. So I don't know how they're gonna handle that, and that's... I don't care. They'll fucking figure it out, but I have no clue. Either way, the appeal of, like, being able to literally go anywhere on the planet, they did show fucking Disneyland covered in a miasma with a bunch of behemoths. And so, like, I'd like to think that they're probably going to hold events that are, like, in cool, like, physical places on the planet, right? Where it's just like, hey, if you bring your character to Tokyo Disney Sea or whatever, we got a special event going on. Woo! You know, and then if it costs too many points to fucking go there, or maybe it'll be like, it's an event, so it's, like, free or something. You know, who knows what they're gonna do. But, like, I would think that they're probably going to hold stuff like that. And again, I think that would work in its favor, because it's just a nice, like, oh, it's just nice. People they want to play the game, and this is just a means of letting more people play, so. I hope that's tied to some kind of story thing. Yeah. Missing Link at Disneyland. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of, like, very interesting, like, potential for this game. Sorry, I gotta bring the face in. Absolutely gorgeous. I know... Doesn't... Andy, sweetie. That's a picture of my eyes? Yeah. because I find myself getting lost in them. Anyway, can you cross water? I don't know. We didn't run into that. Literally, I guess. But probably. It really is like everything is just land, little streets and stuff. Invite people to Disneyland virtually on my lunch break. I know that you can join parties with people who are nearby you. And I think like my read on that was like people who are physically around you, you know, like, hey, I'm walking with my pal and then I'm like, hey, let's go to a party. And I don't know how big the parties are. And I don't know if there's going to be something where maybe you can see other people on the astral plane. I don't know if that's going to be something. Again, this is all very early on and a lot of things can change. Like they could have all of these ideas and then, you know, the public gets their hands on it and we're like, hey, boo, this stinks. Could you change it to this? And then they do. So, you know, it's so early on that I can have my concerns, but we'll see how things land as things progress. Finding out my neighbor's playing Cage through the astral plane. Fucking, like, points. You're like, Kingdom Hearts fan. Girl, what were you doing? What were you doing at, like, the satanic ritual? But, anyway. Yeah, it's, fucking really cool, actually. I'm very excited about it. Very promising. But here's my biggest actual criticism. Too many goddamn menus. Like, way too many fucking menus. Shit is very unintuitively in, like, weird, like, weirdo places. Like, genuinely, like, as, you know, the two of us are people who play video games and have played gotchas plenty of times. Look, I can navigate my way around Cucks and, like, the actual, like, system and all of the little nitty-gritties of, like, the meta and stuff like that, and I gotta tell you, it wasn't straightforward, but, like, we can figure it out, and it's something that, like, I'm sure, you know, having your hands on the game for at least a day or so, you'll start to figure this out, and, like, this is something, yeah, mobile games tend to have that issue, and it's true. It doesn't have to be that way. Holy shit. Oh my god, you guys, you gotta learn to, like, fucking condense shit down. Even, like, playing fucking Miku Tippy Tappy Pro Sakai, like, was quite a bit of me going, like, you know, trying to figure out where shit was, and there are so many, like, little things that unless you go in, like, every goddamn menu that you could just miss. So that's annoying, and I wish they would stop doing that. And I'm really hoping that this one felt particularly egregious, I would say. Oh, here's the ad. I'm waiting for people to go, no, an ad. Me looking at Pokesleep's UI. Yeah, that's definitely one that was annoying to figure out. Like, was Pro Sakai UI that bad? I would say it just suffers from the same problems as a lot of other I would say it just suffers from the exact same problems as other mobile game like UI, that, like, if you're not used to looking at every millions of billions of menus, that you're gonna get really confused. And there were plenty of things where, like, I just genuinely did not know, like, this thing was there or this other shit was there until after, like, a month of playing. Your Snorlax leveled up. Here's 3 different screens to tell you that. By the way, good luck figuring out what the friend list is. That was me. I could not fucking tell. Hold on, I'm gonna pause this for a moment. Just a moment. We're gonna give it a moment so people can come back and they can hear the really fun fucking fight music that rules, that whips ass. But it was truly like, I was like, what the fuck? How do I add friends in this fucking game? Like, you guys should people gotta learn to condense this stuff. They have to learn to condense this stuff down. Anyway, hi, welcome back. Here's the fight music on the astral plane. really cute. I'm a big fan of it. I like it a lot. When I was playing Pro Sakai, well, I mean, I still am, but like when I was first playing and there were like events, I was like, okay, I'm kind of understanding, like, you know, play with this character, play songs from this band, do these dailies, etc., etc. I had no fucking clue there was a whole other menu for the event that you would go in and spend coins and get stuff. Like, I never knew for a while until I was like, what the fuck is that in the corner when I went into like play, like it's like, okay, go to your show, and then it's just like over up here, and I was like, what is that? And at first, you know, it just looked like a logo, like it was like, this event is on, and I was like, wee, you know, and then I happened to click it, and oh my god, it took me to a whole new menu using a currency I didn't know I was building up playing this fucking event to go buy stuff. And it was just like, this whole time, like I could have been watching the episodes and getting like jewels for it or whatever, and then like all of this shit. I still don't know what the half the exchange the green room. Yeah, and that's just like, all right, we're throwing all our extras to the wind and getting, like, it's the nitty gritty of like having a million different like currencies in a mobile game. Die actually, probably one of my least favorite parts. And also the act of like obfuscating currency is a way that like detaches yourself from the value of the money you're spending. And also like is a legality in terms of like it's a way to kind of skirt being like, it's gambling, because you're like, you spent money to purchase an in-game currency. What you do with that at that point is up to you. You got what you paid for, which was, you know, Monopoly money. So it's both super fucking annoying in general to deal with, and also kind of scummy. So, you know, something always just keeping an eye on that. Like, just keep that in mind. Just know the purpose behind these things. And unfortunately, you know, Missing Link is also a part of this. So, Pro Sakai's load up menu of please spend. And every time I'm like, do not show me again. And then it shows me in like 3 days, like from then. And I'm like, I am never spending money on you. Stop asking me. It's not fucking happening. So the mobile game has character customization like Cucks did? Yes, but like more. But like even more. Recoded for my DS just arrived today. I'm so excited to play it. I'm so excited for you. That fucking rules. It's a lot easier to play on the DS. So I like touched my face once and then I've left this like red mark on myself. Gacha really do be avoiding gambling laws. It's true, but it's still gambling. And Japan loves gacha. I mean, like, people love making money at the expense of others, especially. So, gacha's really like, you know, the perfect predatory system. It sucks. So, anyway, the evils of gacha aside, Missing Link looks fucking sick as hell. Just by the way. I forgot why exactly we got to, there was like some other point I think I was gonna make. Spot feels weird. Is there like tension in there? What's going on? They suck. You're right. That's what I was talking about. The Missing Link menus look fucking fantastic. The actual UI, like visual, like design is incredible. I love it. I love this like period era, like fucking newspaper ass like look to it. It's really cool. Aesthetically, it's very neat. The organization of the menus, on the other hand, is insane. So, you know, when you go into any given gacha, any given mobile game or whatever, and they're like, hey, here's your login bonus for the day. Here's your, event, here's your free currency, you know? And you go into your one little menu and then you hit collect all or claim all or fucking, you know, gimme button, and you get it all and you're good. We could not find that menu for a while, okay? We could not find the menu for a little while. We were like, okay, we're figuring out doing this quest and then doing this, and then like, where are we supposed to get, like, I know we're supposed to get a bunch of free stuff because it's the beta, and it's just a matter of like, take the resources, test this, go, you know, and you're like, oh, okay, cool. And we couldn't figure out where to get shit. And we had kind of been getting a bunch of other stuff. We're like, here's a raid ticket. Here's a treasure chest opening ticket. Here's this other stuff. And the only time we could go and find it, was like, we couldn't find it we were like, okay, we're in town. And there are like 3 fucking buttons on the bottom. And one's like astral plane. One says go. I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't quite ask. I was gonna be like, wait, what the fuck is that button? And then there's like menu, and you're like, menu, right? And that's where we should find all the other stuff. And it's like equip, you know, shop, your gacha, basically, some other shit. And we couldn't find this fucking menu. And it turns out the menu to collect your like gifts, essentially, you have to go to the astral plane, and then they have a whole other set of shit on the side of the screen, and then one of them is mail, and then in the mail is where you get it. But only in the astral plane. And we were like, what the fuck is this? So that's just like one aspect of it. It's just a little unintuitive. Some of these things should just be put in one place. Like, even in like Pro Sakai, like, you can go to the one little like drop down little settings option button in the corner, and it'll give you all of the stuff you would expect to be there. And then anything else is going to be like down at the bottom, where it's like characters, shows, costumes, or whatever, you know, there's shit like that. And this one was just so, like, this one's a little egregious. Like, this is truly my biggest criticism of Missing Link, is that the menus look cool, are not that great. So, like, we were getting a little lost, unfortunately. Like, we were trying to figure out, we still, genuine, do not know where to see our levels. You can, look, you can see this here. This is rank 1, okay? I think we were rank 7 by the time we ended playing today. And, we couldn't find our level. I don't know where it is. Maybe it's somewhere really obvious and we missed it, but we were like looking. We were like trying to find it. And you'd think that you're like, okay, shouldn't there just be like a character screen? And then you would open your character screen, you can see your guy, you can see what you have equipped, and then maybe from there you can change your equipment, you can change your clothes, you know, you can do stuff that would pertain to your character, including maybe seeing your stats and things like that. And like, you kind of can, but then like, we could not figure out what our rank was or where it said what our rank was. And then eventually, like, when you level up, it tells you, it's like rank up, nice, and then it's like 1 to 2, and we're like, okay, we're going somewhere, right? But like, every time we were like, okay, kind of grinding for a little bit, and then it was like, are we gonna level up soon? I would love to be able to know that information. I would love to be able to just pop open a little menu and see how much like experience I have, and like, you know this basic information. But wherever it is, I don't know. I don't know where it is. And it's not made obvious. So that's genuinely my biggest criticism, is that like, this shit is sloppy and needs a little consolidation, like something crazy. Like, some things need to be, like, buttons you can access all the time. Like, getting your free shit should just be some small button in the corner or something, you know, and not only when you go to the astral plane and only when, and it's like a whole row of buttons over on the side. And I don't know. And then there's also, like, other fucking points you get for just being in the astral plane and doing stuff that's not even AP. You just get this other stuff and it'll convert into other points. And then there was, like, doing little quests was getting us, like, stats, but then we were like, are we gonna level up? Like, we can't tell. So things are a little wacky on that end, but it feels very easily like something that could be changed, cleaned up, and consolidated. So I'm really hoping that they kind of get to do that. And there was a very specific prompting of like, it was like, hey, here's announcements, you know, thank you for playing the cock and ball torture, the closed beta test, and it says CBT on the icon, by the way. And every time I see it, I'm just like, okay. But anyway, it was like very explicitly like, okay, here are these banners, here are these whatever, you know, and then it was like, okay, like, you will be given like a survey. We would really appreciate if you fill it out, you know, yada yada, like, we are looking for feedback kind of a thing. And so hopefully, you know, that'll do something. That's part of why the test is even happening, right? It's just like, it is both a stress test for the servers in different locations on the planet, as well as a, all right, like, you know, throwing it to the dogs and the dogs have to chew on it and figure things out. And so it's really like, yeah, you guys might be used to this because you are working with it every single day, but like, now that it's been brought to the public and everyone's like fucking lost and confused and like, I can't figure out where my level is unless we look at our stupid card. That's the only way we knew how to check, was to see the ranking on this fucking introductory card. And this is supposed to be like, it's your fun little player ID card, whatever the fuck, you know? I use this, and people will see you and go like, who's this little gay boy over here? And you're like, hey, you know, and they look at it and it says some stupid horse shit. It says your level, and they look at you and you look like this. Kingdom Hearts, you know, but like, this is the only way that we knew how to like go and look at whatever our fucking level was. People underestimate how important KPI is until it's bad. Oh, here's something. Okay, both good and bad. So, when we were first playing, we go into the fights, and like, you know, there's UI around on the screen. Here, I'm gonna jump over here for now, because I want to move this over, so I'm looking more forward. So, there's UI, you know, on the screen, okay? And it's just like, here's like, you know, it's got your little profile pic over here, and you're well, okay, it's not even down here. It's like, actually, it's like up here. You got your little profile, and you got like your health and your MP and stuff like that. And then down here, you have like your buttons of spells. And then over here is kind of the like attack button and like a dodge button. And then for some reason, like by default, I don't know if this was just us. I don't know if it's something that happens, like, because there's different kind of configurations. We were playing on an iPad, okay? Different setups, you know, I don't know if there's something by default or what. But underneath, like up over here, okay, I'm pretty accurately, I'm looking at my screen trying to show you where things are. So up over here, there's like your little bust and like your health, okay, going like this. And then underneath here was like your like quest information, basically, where it would be like, okay, defeat 12 enemies, you have 3 minutes, and then it would have like this long bar of like, you know, you completing this quest and like a time limit like ticking down. And this thing was, I am not joking, look at how big my hand is. It was like this big into the middle of the fucking screen, like this thick up and down like this. And we were just like trying to play around this fucking thing. And we were like, what is this? Can we change this? What is happening? You can change this. Okay, you can. And this is the good part. You actually can, like, customize the setup of your UI on your screen. Like, they give you a lot of freedom with that. You can just move buttons around. You can change the scaling of it. You can do a lot, actually. You can do a whole...
Hi.
Hi. Sorry, that startled the shit out of me. I forgot about that. Anyway, you can do a lot with customizing it. But the thing is, it was not made very clear to us. And also, by default, the hugest, fattest, biggest fucking bar of my life with, like, minimal information on it for some reason, by default, was, like, just plastered right here. And we just dealt with it for a while because we did not
you should join
fucking
a gym.
know.
Let's talk on here.
Anyway. And so it was, kind of shitty for a bit. But it was something that, right, okay. Anyway, thanks for the bits, I guess. Regardless, so, it was something that was just so, like, strange. I don't know why it was that way by default and really in the way. And then, thankfully, when we went to look, like, through some of the menus, we found, like, a UI thing. And we could go in and, like... we could go in and, like, finally scale it down, but also, like, move it. It was just so weird because, like, even then, by default, something that was, like, that fucking big could have easily fit anywhere on the screen. Virtually anywhere, like, above your health or in the middle. And, like, by default, it was just here and, like, jutting out into the middle of the screen. So huge for some reason. Not really sure why. Yeah, it was very, very odd. There we go. Anyway, so I guess that's my one warning. I don't know how much that's going to change, but that was something that was very strange. But it is something that you can change, and I like that. But it was, again, so many, like, things upon things in menus and stuff like that were just not made straightforward. So yeah, but we didn't do too much, like, changing of the UI other than just, oh, thank Christ, we can make that fucking bar small. And so we did. Everything else was pretty fine, but you can, like, which, like, I like that it lets you change where any of the buttons go, which means it gives you a lot of options for, like, grip. Like, it is controller compatible, but sometimes even that's not very great, because I have a friend who has joint issues. So even the act of physically pressing down the button versus just touching a screen, like, can put stress on their joints. And so having something where you can just tap the screen without having to exert force makes for it's very nice. It's very nice to have as an option. And there are a lot of people who also have, like, you know, different setups with their hands and, like, grips, or, like, you know, they just have stuff they have to work around. And so it's nice, even though, yeah, it's still, like, on a phone or whatever you have to do, you can put them fuckers literally anywhere on the screen. You can have your buttons up here if you so desired. You know, you could have them fucking wherever. You can just move them. You can make them small. You can make them big. So I like that. That's a very nice feature. I just don't know why they made that one decision where that one fucking... Sorry, it was, like, shaking so much. So, stop. Yeah, anyway, that one was weird. That's all. That's my one little warning about that, but I don't know if that was unique to our situation, or if that's something that other people have dealt with, because I haven't really seen too many people talking about it, only because I haven't been looking. So, you know, God forbid I say something that's already been said, but is there a lag happening at all? Or is that me just seeing, or just now picking up something? Yeah, that could be weird tablet adjustment. It could be. It also could be, like, we also had other scaling issues where the text was, like, off the screen. up at the top. So we just couldn't fucking read some of the stuff. And that's probably just, again, a scaling whatever issue. That's something that we'll have to say. Like, we did take screenshots of it, like, oops, haha, oopsie, this shouldn't be happening. It's just so cute. It's just so fun. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. I don't remember what the fuck I was gonna go on to say. But, it's good. Missing Link is nice. The music is really nice, as you can hear now. The actual game environment itself is very charming. I'm very excited to dive into the world of Scala. When we start, one thing I'm not sure about, but I think is probably the case, there are day and night cycles, right? But like, I don't know if it pertains to specifically like your actual time. Like, I don't know if it's like, oh, it's nighttime here, and so then it's like nighttime in the game or whatever, because it was later in the day, when we started playing, and it was daytime. And then we popped into the astral plane, and then we came back, and then it was nighttime, and it remained nighttime for the rest of the time that we were playing, which was a while. And granted, the local time, it was definitely nighttime, but it still was like a little later when we started. So maybe the cutoff is just like later, I don't know, but like, that's something where I'm just like, oh, I'm just curious, is it just gonna be like day while it's day and night while it's night, and then it's gonna be nighttime most of the time I'm playing, because that's most of the time I'm doing anything. Can't wait to hear Jake the Flake. But yeah, I'm very excited to learn about Scala, and I'm just very excited to like see the implications of like the astral plane being our obviously very real world. You discovered at least 2 more? Of course the hole goes deeper. It never ends. Quick context, there are these albums. There are like efforts made by this like group of people, a company, I don't know, where they are just like finding all of these, I would say like B-side ass like Christmas songs. A lot of them are so not very good. And they're kind of endearing because of that. So we've gotten a lot of new favorites, of just weirdo fucking songs, just like bad lyrics. I mean, they can still have bad lyrics and you love them genuinely, you know what I mean? And be like, I love it, and these lyrics suck. It's just a part of it. Anyway, there's a lot of them that are just so like, oh man, the snow is where the snow should be. The star is on the Christmas tree. The kids are being especially good. I wouldn't even say that it's good instruments all the time. They're just weird. Some are better than others. Some are hilariously bad. All entertaining. You just gotta like embrace the weird, you know? You thinking about the Pokemon Christmas Bash? Okay, that is not anywhere in the vicinity of like the bad I'm talking about. Pokemon Christmas Bash is like actually pretty good for what it is. I love the whole Pokemon Christmas Bash album. Yeah, some of it's like really goofy. But this is different. This is like, these are like failed fucking Christmas songs, to be clear. Okay. Here's my 9-hour-long Christmas playlist. Yeah, check it out. There's a lot of gold on that list. And some songs on there aren't even technically Christmas songs. They're just ones that have Christmas vibes. There's good, and there is, you know, not so bad fucking songs on there. It's a good playlist though. We throw it on every time we're doing Christmas stuff, or stuff in general during Christmas time. It doesn't have to be Christmas specific, but the playlist is going on. So Cringe fail Christmas songs. A bit. Just a bit. Yeah. But like, these people are kind of like collecting all of them in, it's like an archival kind of attempt. You know, it's something where it's just like, they don't have to fall into obscurity. We can just get all these weirdo Christmas songs that people made and put them together. I don't want bad, I want something that moves me. Sometimes something that moves you is also bad. But like, you know, Jake the Flake. Jake. Jake the Flake. And we are gonna hear it, and it's really something. I have to like wait until we end up listening to it, but I'm not gonna skip the song. He's too good. It'll play after this song is done. It's the next one in line. Oh my god, who's this? It's honestly, Jake the Flake is not that bad. Jake the Flake is one of the better sounding ones. And it gets stuck in our heads all the fucking time. It's just like goofy. It's just so like, you'll fucking get, you'll see.
Murder was the only way that everybody stayed in line. You got out of line,
What is
you got whacked. Everybody knew the
Jake the Flake Goodfellas?
people didn't get out of line, they got whacked.
What did you put in? This isn't Jake the Flake.
Guys would get into arguments over nothing, and before you knew it, one of them was dead. And they were shooting each other all
This guy is a man named Jake who is a flake. You put this in. Anyway, sorry. You have to go find a link and put it in. And if it's not on YouTube, you're fucked. Anyway, that wasn't the fucking song. Hi, baby. Oh my god, okay. Now, did you check? Is this the right song? Are we good? Okay. Yes, this is Jake the Flake. I love how the end and the start of this song feel like completely disjointed from like the whole song. Do we know if an Xmas song is copyrighted? Probably because nobody's Jake the Flake. Because nobody's heard this fucking song.
The little white snowflake, coming down from the sky, to make our Christmas all white. Waited all year in the land of ice and snow to come down on this Christmas day. Here comes Jake.
Wait. Oh, just wait.
Jake the Flake. Jake the little white snowflake. Jake the little white snowflake. If you listen real hard when it
Oh my
snows,
god.
you might even hear him say,
I'm Jake the Flake, and I'm coming down with my
Do you hear him?
down to the ground, so all the girls and boys can play
It's Jake!
this Christmas day.
but have no fear,
Here.
he'll be back next year. Coming down from the sky.
You can't kill him. He'll just be back next year.
Snowflake.
It's just so funny because it's like,
Little white snowflake.
it's just like, boy, they sure loved that effect once they figured it out.
Jake, the little white snowflake.
That's me.
Jake the Flake sure is. I genuinely don't like the ending where it's just so like it's so abrasive. Just dun, dun. Like like they were like, how do we end this? Just put the one, everybody knows this, and just put it on the end, you know? And it's just like really loud. It's so delighted the first time. It's one of those things where it's just like going in and you're like, okay, Jake the Flake, and you're like, oh my god, we get to hear from Jake himself. No. My favorite thing is the way they say Jake is like they never say the letter K. It's just like Jake, and it just stops, like almost like it's a G or something. But there is a consonant, but they do not pronounce the K at all. And so it's just Jake. The little white snowflake. Anyway, there you go. It's Jake the Flake. It really gets stuck in my fucking head like all the time. There are so many out there. You have no fucking clue. Jake the Flake is so much more like palatable than a lot of these other fucking songs. And they just kind of grow on you because they're not the best. I've come to enjoy these fucking dorky ass, like, people, they try so hard. They try so hard. They want to make the next Christmas classic so fucking bad. And they fail. So many of them fail. It's just so, like, just the weirdest shit. Like, just bad lyrics, you know? But it's like I said, it's endearing. You have to learn to embrace the weird and the bad, you know? You gotta roll with it. You gotta be a real one and have fun with the weirdo bad songs. And they never will be Mariah Carey. She really nailed it too hard in one. Anyway. How long have we been doing this? 2 hours? That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, let's see. Did anybody have, like, questions about Missing Link? Like, specific things you wanted to know? Because, like, some of that stuff, like, came up in passing, but also, you know, I'm talking about stuff and I'm missing things that people are saying. But, like, I can answer things as far as, like, my interaction directly with the source. And not just, you know, looking at other people tweeting about it. Is there a Soriku reference in Missing Link? There probably will be in the future, but there's nothing current. Other than, you know, there are Sora and Riku statues, but there is also Kairi, and she has haste, and it is really useful, actually, so. You know. You know. Ugh. The Soriku emote. Okay, a lot of those emotes, we didn't get to look at them directly simply because it was late and nobody was around to raid. So we didn't really get to do that. But I have seen pictures of those emotes, and like a large majority of those emotes are just the Kingdom Hearts line stickers that they produced years ago. They also used them in Cucks a bit, where it's literally just like, they're there and it's like, they're just line stickers. Like, they're literally just there and they're like, yeah, thanks, you know, and they're like, okay, and then like, high five, and like, I literally own those stickers. I have them, I still use them. They're very simple and straightforward. They existed in Cucks already. They're using them here. I don't remember I don't know if there were like additional ones. But there is, and has been for a long time, like Sora and Riku together. And it's like, go, you know. So you got that, I guess. I guess there's your Soriku reference for now, but unfortunately that's nothing new. That's something that's been around like a while. Whoa. What is this like background sound happening here?
Felled my old coral tree. SpongeBob, Patrick, why'd you do this to me? The world feels like it's in Loverly.
I've seen them before. I love the Good Night Nominee one. I know. Yeah, it's so ominous. Yeah, it is. Sorry, I'm not trusting Nickelodeon to leave me alone on that one, so. So anyway, the raids are not something that we got to experience yet, but we will. Just haven't, like, there was just nobody around, so. Can you show the line stickers? How would it be a good way to do that? I mean, I think you probably could just Google them, actually. There are a couple different sets of them. These all of them? That's not all of them. Okay, that's all of them. Give me a second. Yes, I can show you. Give me a second to grab them here. Somebody took screenshots of them, so we're gonna look at that really quick. They're kind of small in the screenshot, but so these are like the line stickers. I'm covering up some, but you'll see them as we pass. There's Kyrie. She says see you, and then she says welcome back, and then that's all you'll get. That's all you'll get of her. I do love this recoded Riku that is just like, yeah, you know, and like that's just, yeah. And then we have Let's Go over here as he reaches his hand out, and then there is both of them down here, and it says go. Like I said, you know, they're like go. Pew! And so we have that. We got Goofy. That's not all of them though. There are, oh my god, that's even worse. What happened here? What is this? Anyway, there's a Bumpus that says bye-bye. It's just, you know, teeny tiny. But yeah, these are like, they have these in Missing Link, like they're still using them, basically. Those are not the only Kingdom Hearts line stickers that exist, but oh, what's this? Oh my god, who's this? Look at these fucking heels, huh? Oh, this button over here, by the way, you press it and they like do different animations so you can kind of see everything in motion. Oh wait, what's the ominous Naminé Goodnight one? Oh, it's an Naminé, and she's kind of like, and it just says goodnight. And it's just like, are you threatening me? Like, what is the, hold on. She's gonna knock your ass out. Choose your clothes and appearance. Beautiful. Oh, beautiful baby. Wish you could see the little fucking mole, but it's not there. Like, it's just too fucking small. Oh, they had cute noses, by the way. They had a nose that had like a nice like little like indent like down here, and then one that kind of popped out up here, and like they had nice little options, I feel like. Flat, no, nothing. Ass, he's got nothing. Anyway, these are all the screenshots I have to share currently, but, you know. So, there you go. There's my missing link information that I have. I don't think I'm forgetting anything currently. Yeah, you can draw Marsh. That'd be fine. Marsh isn't strictly mine, but at least half. You know, I have partial custody. So... I am pretty sure... I'm pretty sure that this is not going to carry over into the finished game. So, you know, who knows when the actual finished game comes around, like, what little babe I'll end up creating, like, myself, right? But for now, we have, a beautiful, beautiful Marsh, so... Sunboy. A little marshmallow, if you will. I think the, JP version of Missing Link has more outfits and stuff available, I think. They have some other, few other things going on. I saw an outfit that was, like, Vivi, like, very specifically inspired. Looked very cute. Like, I'm telling you right now that, like, they are going to go full hog into character customization. Like, they did what they could with Cucks, right? They were working with some limited... I call it any mobile Twitch lads so bad. I'm so sorry. At least this will be up on YouTube later if you want to see it, but... You know. Godspeed, you know. Rest easy. But, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. They're gonna go fucking crazy. I'm telling you right now, like, a lot of, like, sure, there's gonna be getting your little, like, trophy pieces and stuff like that. And, like, you know, typical, like, get your gotcha bullshit. But, like, it's, like, I guarantee it's gonna be, like, revolving so much around, like, making, like, characters. So I foresee a lot of, like, outfits and things, being, like, behind a paywall, maybe, or, like, you can buy certain ones, or, you know, you're using your in-game currency for it, kind of a thing. But I don't know. We will see. Homer is a character designer, after all. This is his shit. That's fair. But I am excited to see, like, where they go. Sorry, I was trying to read some little tiny fucking thing that came up. Because an ad break is in progress, of course. But hey, when the ad break happens, it keeps people from having to experience the, like, pre-roll ads. So when you come into stream, like, you're just watching stream right away, versus having to sit through an ad and then go in and be like, oh, thank God, okay, hey, how's it going, everybody? You know, so these little intermittent ads, like, keep that from happening. But still annoying a little bit, but what are you gonna do? What am I gonna do? I'm gonna sit here and say, hey, thank you, everybody. Thanks once again, you know, for sitting through these fucking commercials for me. For moi. You know, it helps keep the lights on. It helps feed these hungry mouths. Look at him. He's so hungry. He's starving. He's a growing boy. You know, he's a little hard to... Very thick with fluff, I suppose, but... Why am I getting a Subaru ad? Because you're watching a stream for gay people. That's why. And now the ads are back. Anyway, my joke was, you're seeing a Subaru ad because you're watching a stream for gay people. I have to repeat it. 'Cause I thought it was funny, but... Thank you for putting up with it. Anyway, Missing Link School is really fun. I look forward to playing it for myself, and seeing whatever they have in store in terms of like party stuff, guilds, societies maybe. I'm not sure how that's gonna work, or if they're gonna focus on the like, hey, play locally with like friends. I hope they let you have a friends list. Like, for bare minimum, Pikmin is like, walk around, plant flowers, explore the world, you know, but like, you still get to have like a friends list, and you're like, I get to send them postcards. I get to go join their little fights, regardless of where they are, you know, and it gives you like an option. Like, you don't have to, like, you're not doing stuff with them all the time, but, you know, you have like little ways to like do stuff with your friends remotely, because you gotta realize, like, all people these days, their friends do not physically always live right near them, which has kind of always been the case, but I mean, like, with the advent of the internet, you know, I'd be having friends all over the world, and I would like to be able to do stuff with them in my online fucking game. So I'm hoping, especially with the you can travel all over the world kind of thing, that, like, I can do shit with my friends all over the world. So I am really hoping that they don't fuck it up like they did with Melody of Memory. Like, I want to be playing fucking games with my friends, and now I can because nobody else is playing. So I get on there, and I know that the only other person getting on right now is the person I asked to come play with me. But it seems like such a silly thing to not just let people play with their friends that they want to. So anyway, I'm hoping they don't make that mistake. Also, one of my other concerns is that there are different servers. You know, there's the UK that, like, it was so funny going in where it's like, it's a beta test for the UK and Australia. And see that, yes, I hope they do not divide it by regional servers, and that's what I was about to get into. But I think it's so funny that they even gave the option to put North America, like, as if, like, somebody got into the beta test that maybe they shouldn't have, and they're like, oh, whoop, like, they're just gonna out themselves for being in fucking North America. But even then, it's GPS based, so, like, you know, they were gonna find out one way or another. But, yeah, it was just like, yeah, they have, like, these kind of different servers, and I'm just really hoping that they don't necessarily divide it by regional servers like that, because, I would like to play with my friends in other places on the planet. That's something that's a little bit of a given these days, as everything has become very globalized, you know? Like, I'm sitting here, like, friends with Tomoko Kanamaki on PokeSleep, you know? And it's just, like, if I can have that in my stupid sleep app game, like, can I have it in my running around, like, fucking Keyblade kid bullshit game? Like, I can have it in Pikmin. Can I have it in this one? Can I have at least, can I, like, even if it's a limited party, can I be like, hey, I want, you know, like, this person, this person, this person, and we can get together, and then we can do, like, a raid or something. Anything. Video games. But OMG Tomoko missing link friend list. I did see that Tomoko is playing the beta. So, I saw, like, she, like, posted a picture of her little key kid. So, looking cute, looking fun. Suriku Squat 2 party. Tomoko, do you want to join my Suriku Squat? That'd be fun. We'll see. Does Zach squats? Because we're just so excited, you know what I mean? Anyway. I guess, like, I'll have more to report once we get to play more. I was so mad when she saw Zach doing squats when I was playing Birth by Sleep. She's concerned about his knees. Be careful about them knees. Riku could stand to do some squats because he needs some kind of ass. But like otherwise, careful how you be doing them squats. But anyway, I'll have more to report when we actually get to his form is not the best. Like he's really like blasting, like he is bouncing on those knees and it's not good. But like squats are also like an okay way to like build the muscle around your knee if you're doing it correctly, which is really important because that's probably the hardest part usually for people starting to do squats is that you're hurting your fucking knees because it's a lot of weight suddenly and like you're like fully bending those suckers in a way that's like with like a lot of weight, you know? That shit hurts if you do it wrong. But anyway, Missing Link is cool. I look forward to it. Hooray! I wonder if we're gonna get any other music, but even just getting this beta and getting like, I was like, cool, getting new music for Scala, you know, that makes sense. Getting like a new fight song, but I did not expect like 4 new songs, like for Scala proper, fighting within Scala, and then also, fucking brain scramblies, in the astral plane. But also we've seen like images of like other places. Like there was like, look at this beautiful lush green kind of tropical forest place that we've, you know, like there are going to be other places and I have to wonder if there will be other music for it, which I would be so beyond stoked, but like you don't gotta. But even then I didn't expect to get as much as we got even just right away. But I'm glad we did. I'm not upset. I'm just like, damn, okay. Thank you. People are gonna give negative feedback about Riku's ass at this point. Like, for his sake. Like, just a little bit. You know what I mean? You can give him just, like, tiny bit. Hi. Will you come here and say hi to everybody? You can see his little head poking in over here. Come here. Hi, Angel. Oh, yeah. Come here. Oh. Hey. He's perfectly facing the camera and giving me like 40 chins. And trust fall. Hi, Angel. What are you looking at, huh? Are you looking outside? What's this? I'm really glad I clipped his nails earlier today. Very enthused. Was putting his paw like right on my throat and just like doing this. It's just right on there. You good? Yeah, you're fine. Anyway, we do that. No more. We'll just make Riku's tits bigger out of spite. Here's the thing. Every time he draws that fucker, he got, like, his biceps are, like, so defined. They're, like, so defined. And also, he can't help but define every tit and every article of clothing on a man, specifically. Like, that's, like, always the case. And with Riku, it's just like, he'll just never draw his ass again. Not as in his ass as in the whole guy, but like his ass specific. Like he will always be front facing camera because he's like, fine, I'll like not even because it's like it would be out of spite. But it was just like, you'll just never see it. But he already draws everything else so huge. And like flexing, like perma flexing. Yeah? What are you looking at? There's like nothing to see out that window, bud. There's like a car. Hi. And people wonder why so many gays play this game. It's true. Oh, beautiful. Perfect specimen. Bye-bye. I like brushed him earlier too, and the fur just flies everywhere. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like I have anything else to really say other than just like overall very positive. The gameplay. I guess I could talk more about that in that like the actual like just playing the game and smacking stuff around. It's not too like complex. I guess you can kind of like mash the attack button. You basically have an attack button and like a dodge button. But like you can't just slam jam your way into it so much because like you can die. We failed many a little thing. You do have MP you're working with. Your skills do cost MP. But like it's something that if you do play smart, like you can like get through stuff. But it's also something that you can autopilot it and just kind of let it fly. But like it does have a lot more going for it than you would think. It's very like I foresee a lot of fun stuff as they get to spend time with the game after it's like live. There's gonna be a lot of like interesting little like however they build upon the game or like other options with like keyblades and stuff, because the keyblades do give you very different forms of combat. And I'm very curious to see how like if they ever introduce like a PvP or something to it. Even if it's just like kind of like in Cucks where you're just fighting somebody's data essentially, but like you're not fighting them live per se. But yeah. I think the caffeine started to wear off a little bit. I'm just feeling tired. But it's cool. I think it's something that like when people actually start to get their hands on it, like you'll start to feel how much it's like, oh, this is like a whole game. There's a lot here that you can do. And there are like little quests where you're fighting like human characters, not just Heartless. There's nothing like story to it. It was just like, go fight this person and get a piece, and you're like, okay. And that's kind of... People are still gonna bitch that it's mobile. Yeah. Look, it could be a perfect game and people are gonna find something to bitch about. That's just what you have to, like... It's what you learn as you get involved in stuff and see other people's opinions. That, like, people can look at something that I genuinely cannot fathom anyway, in any which way, shape, or form, looking at this and thinking it's bad. And people will still find some reason or way to think something is objectively bad. Or they'll, you know, it's just, it doesn't matter. They're gonna fucking complain anyway. Just make what you want to make. So I'm excited about the mobile game. Some people aren't excited about it because they just didn't really like Cucks or Dark Road in the first place. You know, some people just want to move on to, like, they just want to plow forward with, like, Sora's story and other things. I'm just here for the ride. if the whole series was only plowing through with Sora related stuff, or like, you know, main plot, like, I don't think these people would have survived the same as like hitting KH2 and then 358 comes out, and then Birth by Sleep comes out, and then, you know, there's so much sidewinding stuff that people like look and they're like, I love all of this stuff, but I hate this new stuff though. I hate these mobile games. That's not the Kingdom Hearts I want. When it's like, it's the same. It's all just like, they're just making shit for Kingdom Hearts. Whatever Nomura wants to do, I'm here for it. Basically, I just don't care. Like, I can still have my criticisms and stuff and still be just like, yep, and I'm down for the ride. Just letting go of any of like little preconceived notions or expectations and just letting it be what it is and enjoying it for what it is. Engaging with it still, talking about it, discussing it. How could it be improved? What, you know, did it lack? What did it do well? Yada yada. You can still be very engaging with and critical of your media while also just being like, all right, show me the next one. You know, I don't know. It's just something that like gets kind of tiring sometimes. When I'm just so tired of like complaining. Genuine. I just get so tired of like people who only want to complain about it. And I'm not saying that you can't complain about it. I love to engage in discussion. I love to, one of my favorite things is to, I guess, let's say like edit, like improve upon things. I love helping something be the best version of what it can be. And in a sense, yeah, that is like, you know, there's a difference between being critical, like constructive criticism, and then just being critical or just being a hater, you know what I mean? And I'm just kind of tired of, dude, I've been doing this for too long now, and that's saying something given the fact that I've only been here for the past like 5 years, which 5 years is still a good chunk of time, but a lot of people really want to tout the I've been here since the very beginning, and then they drop the worst opinions on the planet on you, and you're just like, oh boy. And you say you like this series, and then they're like, and all they want to do is be upset about things, and I'm just not, man, I'm tired. I got better things to do, like look forward to stuff. I don't want to hear it. I don't care anymore. The only reason I just want to plow forward is I just want to see Sariko in game, but I'm here for Nomura's Wild Ride. Like, I understand. Like, there are things I am very excited for and I want to get there, but at the same time, I'm just like, I'm just happy to get anything, and I'm just down for the fucking ride. Hi! You're so cute. I see your little tail up, and you come over here and you look at me. Oh, my angel. What time is it? Half an hour until your food time? Well, no wonder. That's the problem with seniority sometimes. That's a problem with seniority, like, every time. Sometimes there is media that you complain about, and it would be completely valid. But people bitch about KH for no reason sometimes. Since day one. Says factually wrong info. What do you think about Circuit? Yeah, me too. Like, sometimes I'll just see them and like I can feel like my brain take off. You know, like I feel like the sparks and I'm like, I'll just like, I have to stop what I'm doing and I'll like put my phone down. I'll just like, and I'll like think, I'm thinking about them. Someone who has been here in this fandom a long ass time, boy howdy, does that often mean that you haven't examined the opinions you formed when you were 12. That's I've made that point like a million times. And yes, it's correct. Sorry, I say that, and obviously it's not like, I'm like, why are you saying that? I said that like a million times. Not what I meant. But it's just something where it's just like, yeah, the amount of people who played Kingdom Hearts 1 when they were kids, and like, obviously it left an impact on them. Obviously they care a lot about it. But it's something where they like, are so cocksure of like their impression that they got when they were 12, and they haven't revisited it whatsoever since they were an adult. And it's just like, ask yourself this. Would you trust the opinion of any given 12-year-old about some media you really care about? Like, you can be happy that they're excited about it or whatever, but like, are you really gonna trust their take? Like, is that so why are you any different? You know, what makes it different that you were there? Do you think maybe you should like question that 12-year-old inside you and be like, you know, maybe I didn't know jack shit because I was 12. Just look at it again and maybe try without the lens of your preconceived notions from when you were 12 or younger even, you know? I was not equipped to defend Kingdom Hearts during Thanksgiving, but boy, did I sure try. I'm sorry that you were put in that position, but I also feel like people who really want to gun it down are people who aren't going to listen to you in the first place. Like, if you're put in a position where you have to, quote, defend it and not just be like, hey man, it's not that bad, you know, like maybe you should just take another look at it or something. But they like really want you to like, they really want to put you on the coals for it. It's just like, they probably don't actually give a shit and have already decided how they feel about it. There's really no having to defend something. It's just like, I enjoy it. There's good stuff in there. And also, Kingdom Hearts is way better than a lot of people want to give it credit because there's just a... Words... Ooh... There's a reputation? I don't think that's the word I was looking for, but it does work. But, you know. 12-year-old me was a moron. Hell, 18-year-old me was fucking stupid. I'm sure in another 10 years I'll look back and go, oh my god, you dumb baby. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, dude, like 18-year-old, 19-year-old me, idiot, moron. There was so much stuff I had to learn still. And granted, this has been something that I always felt, even then, was that, like, I never felt like I knew everything, and I never tried to tell them, like, oh, I'm so smart or something, or I'm so much better than I used to be, kind of a thing. It was just like, I'm always learning, and the idea that, like, oh, I know what I'm doing, I don't, you know, like, capping yourself off is just, like, you're fucking yourself. Like, you always have to be open. But there's just, like, so many things that even if you are open, like, you have no idea the amount of things that you're just going to, like, learn and better yourself on, and... You know, so much can change in such a short amount of time. But you will always be learning, and you will always be growing until the day you die. And you gotta just accept that for what it is. You gotta accept that you are always going to be wrong about something in life, and that every time is an opportunity to get even better. If I got to question 12-year-old me, I would steer them to Kingdom Hearts. Would have been much better for them. I really feel like, actually, if I had access to Kingdom Hearts when I was younger, it probably would have been really good for me. But I think that it was also really good for me to find it when I did. So. Talking to people that don't play video games anyway, and they're like, you spent how long playing this game? It is a long series. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's just like, I don't know, man. It's really fucking long. You spent how long reading that book series? Like, shut up, man. It's media. How many layers Cage managed to have. It is truly impressive. I don't understand people have zero desire to learn and grow. I know. Like, I've had to, I guess, in a slightly more personal matter, not that personal, it's just like, even just dealing with my mom, I didn't realize until, like, when I was young, I didn't really have the sense of scale, right, to how much my mom had, like, really particular ways of doing things, like, really, like, limited, like, oh, I only like this, this, and this. I don't like this food and I won't eat it, kind of a thing. I wouldn't say I wouldn't call her picky, but she's picky about some things. She's particular about some things. I have met picky eaters who won't eat fucking anything. That's different. But I didn't realize until, like, and then I get older, and then, you know, hanging out with my mom again, and then it was something that was just so, like, I was just like, you won't eat this thing? And I was like, Mom, have you ever tried it? And she was like, no. And I was just like, you baby, try the food first. If you don't like it, that's fine. But like, if you're gonna sit here and go, yucky, that's weird. And I'm like, I'm not here for that. I'm gonna have to step in and be the adult and say, you should try new things. And granted, you know what was really great is that she was like, you're right. Actually, I should just try new things because there are so many good foods and things out there that you will never know until you try. And so it's just one of those things where I had to like clock my mom and be like, you need to experience new things. Like you need to expand your world because you've been doing the same thing, I realize now, since I was a child. And you've only ever had your burger one way. And you've only ever had like this particular set of food. Like you were like blown away by having garlic parmesan french fries. And you had said, quote, I thought I'd tried it all, but I didn't know. And I'm like, garlic parmesan fries? Mom, there's the whole rest of the fucking planet. Like the whole world's worth of food out there. And like, this is what like surprised you? Have you ever heard of like, and this is not even like, whoa, so crazy, but it's just like this would be outside of your wheelhouse. Have you ever tried pho? Have you ever tried like a banh mi? Do you know what that is? Like, that's okay. I'm not saying this is to like make somebody feel bad. It's just something that's like, it's so easy to come across. It's right in your backyard and like you haven't tried it. You know what I mean? And so it's just like, you gotta be open. You gotta experience new things. It makes life worth living. You have to have hobbies. You gotta have some friends, and you gotta have good food. And these are the core tenets of living a long, happy life. My mom has a mindset of don't correct your mother. That sucks. I'm sorry. It's fucking annoying. My parents are absolute babies about trying new things or change. Took them out for sushi once and it was embarrassing. Does nobody ever feel bad about just being like an absolute child? It's so strange to me. Like, it's something that it's like dealing with an actual like child, like being picky about something. And it's like, you know, you always just got to give them a chance because genuinely sometimes things when you're a kid taste fucking bad, but when you're an adult taste better. It's just how it is, right? But it's just like something where it's just like, okay, you didn't try the food. Just like, it's yucky, I don't like it. And you're like, have you eaten it yet? And it's like, no. And it's like, okay, then you have no idea what you're talking about. Simple facts, right? And it's like frequently adults telling children this. And then you come to, and like the adults are doing the same stupid shit all the fucking time. Just like, no, I won't eat that. Ugh, raw fish? That's disgusting. And it's just like, have you tried it? Like, you are just so hung up on your idea of it. Do you think it's really going to actually, like, kill you or make you sick? People are eating this shit every day, and they are fine. What do you think's happening? Everyone's just going and making themselves, like, absolutely, like, just sick as a dog, and they pay for it, you know? And it's just, everyone's just so stupid eating this raw fish, you know? It's just like, just think for a second. God damn it. I remember my dad was the same way. He was like, ugh, raw fish, that's sick. And then he tried it and he had a bad piece of sushi. He did not like it. Guess who really, really loves sushi now? And granted, this was a long while back. When he first tried it, I was pretty young. And then much later, you know, we would go out for sushi and he's like a big fan of it and stuff, where it's just like, you just gotta try shit. You have no clue. You have no idea. Anyway, whatever. Kids and people with allergies, texture, sensory issues can be as picky as they want. This is true. I mean, because that's just different. Don't be a baby. You know, you can be an adult about things, even if things are just like, because I'm not saying people can't have, like, you can't not like something, you know? It's just a matter of, like, just give it a shot. And if you don't like it, don't eat it. I'm not going to force you to eat something you don't like. But just trying something just to see, like, you're going to be surprised. There's going to be a lot more stuff that you have, like, a leniency towards. It'll just bring more options into your life. And you don't know until you actually try it. Because, like, the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to try the thing, you don't like it, just spit it out. I'm not going to force you to swallow it. You know, just, it's okay. It's not, like, a sin, you know? You're not going to get arrested for spitting your food out because you don't like it. Raw fish, yucky. Rare steak, makes sense to me. Yeah. That's a good point. But yeah, it is different. It's just like people have like, if you're just like, I just really don't like this thing. I just don't, you can have preferences. That's fine. But even like people like with particular preferences, it's like, I think it's important to try things again sometime. Like if it just happens to come across, try things twice, maybe 3 times. You have no idea. I was pretty sure, like I've never been a picky person. I eat like everything. But for a long time, I had so many bad bell peppers. I was like, so like, all I had ever was like green bell peppers, and I never really liked them. I do like green bell peppers. It's just a matter of like, 1, they have to be made well. 2, they have a place. They have a time and a place. They don't go on everything. You know what I mean? And then like trying different dishes with them in it. And then I found out, oh, I actually really like bell peppers when they're like made well. You know, it turns out I was just eating really bad food, and then this shit's actually good. So it's important to like let yourself try things again. And even if it's just like, nope, I still don't like it. Like, cool, now you know. And there was like, you lost nothing. I do think there's a difference between being aware of I tend to react badly to XYZ texture versus just never trying anything ever because it's new. Yeah. Like, knowing yourself, that's really important. Just being like, yeah, like, you know, I have friends who who can't really stomach, like, mushy textures. And, like, that's totally okay. You know, and even then, like, we'll try things to see, because sometimes it's a little different, and it's okay. And then, but this mush over here, nuh-uh, you know? And so it's just like, but letting yourself try it and just being like, nope, I don't like it. And then it's like, cool, okay, let's get you something else. That simple. Part of the food biases also comes from culture bias and racial bias, sadly, too. Yes, no, that's incredibly true. That it is so often like, you know, oh, that's not the food I'm used to, so it's yucky. And you're like, it really pushes into like, you're being kind of racist, hey? Just because you don't know what it is, and maybe, you know, it's like, it doesn't appeal to you or whatever, it's not like automatically yucky or weird or gross, and also don't be a baby. But it's, you know. Shrimp is so weird to me. Like, I like it sometimes, but the textures made me gag. Look, I've had food that, like, has made me gag because of the texture, and it's a food I like. And sometimes it's, like, if I have too much, like, goopy goo something, it just kicks in the gag reflex. And, like, the first time I had, like, mochi, I gagged really hard. I like mochi, and, like, the thing is, that first one, it was, like, way too warm. And so it was especially gooey, stretchy mochi, which is not something I'd necessarily be against now. But my first exposure to it was really like, it was too goo, and there was something about it that it just like registered as like, I don't know, maybe kind of just vomit, but like not. It was just this similar like feeling, and like I just fucking gagged and I couldn't eat it. But then later I was like, no. I mean, it didn't taste bad. Just let me try it again. And then it was good and we're fine. It's also happened to me with refried beans one time. Like, one time. I don't know why. But it's just, I don't know. Sometimes how they're prepared makes a difference too. I'm not a fan of shrimp typically unless they're breaded. Love breaded shrimp. Yeah, that's fine. Like, my partner, like, hates raw carrots, loves cooked carrots. And then another friend hates cooked carrots, loves raw carrots. And it's just like, you know. Biggest thing standing in my way of trying new things, the price of food. Hey, yeah, you know, being poor, that also really fucking contributes to the accessibility of trying new things. Getting something different that I don't like versus what I know I do like. Yeah, and sometimes you're just like, man, you're just feeling that thing you already know you like. I'll fall prey to this all the time. Like, I'm so willing to try something new, but usually I came to this place because I'm like, I want that one dish they have. I'm craving that. I want it really bad. And then I don't try a new thing. And then I do try a new thing, and then it's like, I wish I got that thing I know I like. But it's still important to, like, try new stuff. That's why sometimes it works if you're just with someone. You're like, hey, do you want to, like, split? Like, we'll get 2 things to try, and then we'll, like, split it. So you don't have to, like, stick with one thing for too long. But yogurt, bro, I cannot eat much of it. Also, I only eat banana slices. Hey, that's totally fine. I have found recently that I don't like eating apples. like whole. Like I can. Nothing is getting in the way. It's just like a pain in the ass. It gets in your gums and teeth and it like hurts. It's annoying. But I slice those apples. Fuck yeah. I am all over those fucking apple slices. And it's like so different. One thing I never have is stuff with mayonnaise. Though, like I remember trying it and actually almost puked. I'll try anything. Did you just try mayonnaise like by itself? Because that's just not the way to, because it's like if you're just, that's, I'm not saying you did anything wrong. It's just something where it's like, it's so funny because it's like mayonnaise is supposed to be like it's a condiment. It's not like the main fucking course, right? You know, it's just something that like, it's just a small additive on things. Like it's on the bread. What's the mayo in, what sushi you're having? I mean, sometimes it is like in there. Also, Japanese sushi is different than like, or Japanese sushi, I mean, Japanese mayo is different than like the mayonnaise here. And so like one may hit for you better than the other, but apples are great, but eating one without slicing it, no way. No way, man. I'll put in the effort to slice the apple because it's actually not that bad. And then it's like yummy, yummy, perfect snack. Yeah, spicy mayo crab sushi. Because like, I don't really like it when the sushi just has mayo just on top because it's kind of, the flavor is kind of strong in a way that like distracts, that I don't really like. If it's like in something, it's a little different, but it have the mayo bad gene. That's fine. That's the thing. It's just like, yeah, if you just know you don't like it, that's okay. But it is funny to me, like I brought up before with the canary thing and the like, oh, I don't like mayonnaise. And I'm like watching her eat aioli, like happily, like so, you know, enthusiastically. And it's like, canary, that's mayonnaise with garlic in it. It's just like, what? Huh? You know, and it's like, yeah, you've been eating it the whole time. I think you just had this idea you didn't like mayonnaise and then maybe you had a bad experience with it, who knows, but that's the thing, is like, you can have a bad experience, and maybe it did taste really yucky that one time, but you never know. Give things a second shot sometimes, you know? You don't have to dedicate yourself to it, you don't have to make it the whole meal, but even if it's just like, sure, I'll take a taste of your food over there, you know? Go like, actually, it's not so bad, you know? But that's why I tried it and just can't handle the taste, I guess. That's perfectly okay. That's fine. Everybody's got their own, you know, their yucks and their yums. There's the soap cilantro gene too. Yeah, that sucks. I love cilantro. It's good. But like genuinely for some people, it tastes like soap. It tastes bad, like bitter, like soap. So, what are you gonna do? Oh my god, I love Kingdom Hearts. Wow. Oh, my little... I'm so happy with this. It came out so cute. Look at him. I'm back at it. We're back at it, baby. Seeing it finished, like, even though it was, like, really difficult for me to finish, because it keeps being... And I'm just so tired. I am very excited to do the other ones for this. And then I was thinking that I might take all the different Sora world forms and then like put all of them individually on a lanyard, like the little guys on them, like these, not these, but these, and put all of those different ones on a little lanyard. And I thought that would be cute, like a big one. I'm not opposed to retrying in the future, to be honest. I've noticed a trend that I don't really like condiments other than ketchup and barbecue, so that might be part of it. Yeah, and it's like all of them, those are like, it's like spices. They're additives, and they have a place. They have a place. They perform better in places than others, you know? So it's just like, sometimes it's just finding where it works, and if that works for you. My dad with lemon flavored stuff, it tastes like dishwash. Depends on the lemon flavoring, I guess. You're very neon green today. Thank you. Wait, where's my other, hold on. And I've got my phone, and I've got Wee Wee. We're all sorts of green. All the time. I'm covered, okay? I've got it. Oh, Tennille, did you see? This is Wee Wee. I got him at con. Micro got him for me, and I love him. I named him Wee Wee. He did not come with that name, but this is Wee Wee. And he sits here, and he's always in my pocket. I love the amount of things in my pocket are also green, and I pull them out where I'm like, oh, hold on, let me get a piece of gum, and I pull out my green package with my really green gum. I'm radioactive. Anyway, I saw the what's your favorite genre of Sora, and I would love you to elaborate on that question a little bit for me, because I could talk about Sora all day, and I love him. And I wanted to focus on me. Focus on me a little bit. There we go. Because it's really like all, I suppose. I just love Sora. He's a perfect little guy. Loved by the world, which makes me feel so happy and proud. All the transformations on one lanyard. Okay, so like, what's like favorite, when you say genres, like world forms, but correct answer is just yes. Hi baby. Oh my god, you're so cute. Hello, perfect angel. He looks at me with his big old eyes and I go, oh. Hi baby. Let's see. It's one thing people can't hate about Kingdom Hearts, it's Sora. You would be surprised. People who are like really dedicated, obviously, to hating everything about Kingdom Hearts, Sora often becomes this like really like Flanderized version in their minds where it's like he's just the most, like he is like the pinnacle annoying shonen protagonist to people. Mostly because they hate the concept anyway, and they don't know a single fucking thing that they're saying. Like, they don't actually know what they're talking about. And I remember this because my pal Jason, at one point, like, when it was sometime before, it wasn't, like, at his actual, like, Smash reveal, but, like, there was another one where it was, like, you know, every time a Smash reveal would happen, Sora was trending like crazy, because he was literally the most requested character in the world, as we found out. But it was like some friend of his was just like, I hope Sora never gets in because I think his ass is so fucking annoying. And Jason just was like, oh, okay, you know? And it's like, they're out there. There are people who are out there who genuinely, like, don't like him, and it's usually for all of the wrong reasons because they have no idea anything about the source material other than what they think it is. But I have ran into one person who has played the games, and they loved Riku, and they hated Sora. And I'll never understand it. I was totally flabbergasted. But then, again, they went on to express their thoughts and opinions, and it was incredibly factually incorrect on the whole. And so, you know, it's one of those things where I'm like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay, well, that would explain why. Oh, they really hated him when DDD came out. It's true. But it's so funny because it's like, on the whole, though, I would say for 100% sure, like, he is the most popular character in the game. Oftentimes main characters, like, are. But he is a character that, like, is so beloved. There are always going to be the haters, right? But, like, he is somebody who's just, like, so well loved by the world over that, like, I do think that, like, Smash was such a good example of, like, of just how much people adore him, you know? And it's just so, I don't know. It's something that, like, when I, like, especially when, like, the Smash, like, reveal happened, and, like, they brought in the context, and it was like, yeah, he was the most requested character, even back then, you know, and, like, even continuing now, it's like, it was such a big deal, like, everybody loves him, and it's something that, like, makes me really emotional. Even talking about it now, like, I'm like, maybe it's also because Home is playing, but, like, it's just one of those things that it's just, like, I don't know. He's, like, really kind of that, like, emotional glue that, like, makes the series work so well. Like, if it wasn't Sora as the main character, like, everything that he has managed to be, like, Kingdom Hearts simply would not be as successful as it is. Like, there's nothing quite like watching Blank Points and, like, crying over everybody just saying his fucking name. Like, there is such an emotional potency to this one guy, this fucking guy, that they have managed to pull off that I have never experienced in anything else. And so, you know, there's just something real special about him. Oh, cute. Hey, what's poppin'? What's popping? Let's see here. Hold on. Let me see. Also, the genre is horror. Why choose when you can have them all in one place? Haha, yeah. Let's see. All the Kingdom Hearts characters. I can't choose a favorite. Oh my god. Hi, baby. Can I help you? Do not get on the tower. Do you need me to open the windows? Need this? Huh? Here you go, bud. He needs this window to look out. Are those real pumpkins? Yeah, they are. They're left over from our Halloween decorations. And right out that door is, like, our yard. So they're probably gonna end up going out there. But for now, they're just kind of sitting. Anyway, the person that loved Riku and hated Sora, they had said how much they love Riku. And then they had said that they really can't stand Sora. He just causes so many problems for other people, is what they said. And, like, me and my pal were sitting there, we were just like, okay. Yeah, like, we had no idea how to respond to that. It was so out of pocket. It was so, like, what are you talking about? And then went on to be like, yeah, every time I play the games, I just play through, like, I just beat it just so I can play Riku at the end. And it's like, that's like one game, and then you can play as him in a Dream Drop. And it was just so, like, we were just like, oh, yeah, man, yep. And, like, they were, like, a nice person, but this had just, like, come up, and I don't know what to tell you. It was a very weird experience that I've never forgotten. Love Riku. He's so annoying, you know? He just causes so many problems for other people, Sora. As if he's not the guy who literally fixed, like, everybody's problems. It's just so strange. Just so super weird. I feel like they only played Chain of Memories, got a little bit of a slant, like, reading on it there, and then, like, that's it. That's all they had. So who knows? I don't know how they're doing out there, but there are all kinds of people in the world, you know? All kinds of people, including Weeby. See, that's the only thought I could have, is that, like, if they only played Chain of Memories and, like, that was their whole perspective on it, then I could, like, sort of get that. But it's like, literally every other game ever has, like, such a, like, not that whatsoever. And even then, like, within Chain of Memories, like, he's still a very sweet boy, you know, but it's just... Like I said, no matter what, it's weird. And they were very much talking about that they loved, like, Kingdom Hearts, plural, the series. Like, this wasn't... I loved Chain of Memories, and I thought Sora was so annoying. It was just like, yeah, I just play the games like, to beat them so I can play Riku at the end. And it was, like, plural. And we were just like, okay. Right. Yeah. You know, all those games that you do that in. Yep. So, anyway, that's all. That was my experience at a con one time. People be wildin', and most of the time when they say weird stuff like this is like they are not playing with a full deck of cards in this regard. At least just in terms of Kingdom Hearts. Like, they are just missing information. They have, like, a very skewed, like, view that they don't know what they're talking about. And I'm not gonna say that to somebody's face, you know what I mean? Where it's just like, bud, you're wrong. Like, you're factually wrong about some of this stuff. You don't have to like someone. Like, if people who don't like Riku, there's a difference between people who just, like, Riku isn't their bag, you know, or, like, you know, another character just is, like, their favorite, and that's fine, because that's just taste, right? But, like, there's, like, then there are people who, like, genuinely don't like Riku, and they don't think he's, like, a good character in any way. Like, if you were just, because, like, he truly is, objectively, like, the most, like, one of the most fleshed out characters in the story. Like, he's the one who's had the most visible growth. You know, he's one of the best characters in the entire series, not just out of taste. Like, he is the most developed and, like, well written, and just has gotten the screen time to show it. And there is a pretty big difference between people who, like, hate Riku and think he's stinky, and people who just kind of don't like him, and people who are genuinely, like, they don't like him and they think he's bad. And I'm like, oh, I actually can't really trust your, like, media literacy, like, and opinions generally, because you are proving to me, like, one of the most obvious facts in Kingdom Hearts is, like, gone completely over your head. And, anyway, I don't think we can be friends. Bye. Like, you know, it's like, this is going to remain at a civil, interaction, and then I'm never talking to you again. I was explaining some Suriku things to a friend earlier today, specifically the Blue Roses encoded Aitsu and Omori in the character bio. Oh, right, yeah. Omori? Or is it, because it's like, Omoi is to like think. And then it's like a different version of the word because it has a different kanji, which has a different, like, slant to it, which is really funny because when it was being brought up and I was reading this and I was like, oh, this is probably something that would be translated as, like, you know, he cares deeply about his friends. You know, like, it's something where it's just, like, there's a lot of thought put into it with, like, care. And that's how, like, we would end up phrasing that, right? And then, like, seeing, like, the actual translation was like, oh, yeah. Oh, that's actually what they went for, so... So people who don't get KH are just homophobic, huh? LMAO. It's true. Or at least they're just, like, somebody who hasn't been shown a perspective that obviously they are not otherwise seeing. It's okay. I mean, Omoi and Omori are very close, and one is something that you're there's a game called Omori, you know, it's just gonna fucking... Anyway, yeah, Omoi is to think, but it's like Omoi, but like parentheses thoughtful, you know, like heartfelt to think, but like deeply of, which is just interesting. And I'm just like, oh yeah, that is similarly to his Birth by Sleep bio, where it's just like Riku cares deeply about his best friend Sora, and it's like he's 5 years old, and he's just like, he is in it deep, and he's 5, and he has no idea what's going on. And Sora's just like, la 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 la, wee. But again, he's 4, so like, you know. Give him a year, and then he starts worshipping the ground he walks on. As kind of stated by himself. More poetic version because Riku is a hopeless romantic. Yeah. It just has, like, kind of a heartfelt connotation to it. You know what I mean? It's just something that is just like, like, I just care about them a lot. Like, I am keeping them and I'm thinking of them because I care. Cage has a weirdly homophobic fan base, which is weird because it's Kingdom Hearts, and it is weird, but I think it's because it's a series that has lasted so long, and a lot of people played Kingdom Hearts 1 before they had really yet to develop these homophobic views. So it's something that was already kind of seated in their back pocket of something that they really enjoy and they really care about, and then they had kind of grown to adopt these views, and so this thing that they like, you know, it can't be that. It's not that. Like, I know Kingdom Hearts, you know? Did you see that one Tumblr post about Taisetsu na Mono and Aisuru na Hito pipeline? Yeah, well, part of that, okay, you have to remember, in, like, we literally have a whole thing in the Sleeping Realm theory that, like, talks about the evolution of important stuff, and then important thing, and then important personal person sort of a thing, to Taisetsu up. It's basically the same thing. And yeah, I did see the post, actually. I did kind of view it over. And I think I've explained before where so the Taisetsu is one word, Hito is another word, and Na in the middle is kind of it's how do I describe it? It's applying this word, the first one, to the second one. So Taisetsu is cherished, right? And then I guess it's difficult. It's difficult when it's it's literally two the languages working differently, right? But to put na in something is putting this is an affect to the, it's hooking it to the next one. So it's a Taisetsu na Hito person, right? Is just a cherished person. And then Aisuru is I is love. There's also, I don't know if people know all the time, but there is a specific word for love that is romantic specifically, which is koi. And which if you ever hear the word koibito, that it's lover. Because Hito is person, and then you slap that shit together, koi and Hito, and you get koibito, and then that's often translated into lover. And then Aisuru is I is to love, and suru is an action. So it's to I, to love, loving. And then na, and then you're making it so it's just I don't know, person you love, beloved person is how that would work out. A romantic specific word is really rare to hear / used, isn't it? I vaguely recall hearing that at some point. There's a lot of okay, look, I'm obviously not a native Japanese speaker, but it's something that you see around if you just expose yourself to Japanese media, and I don't mean just anime or just games or something, even just television, you know, just anything, multiple forms. Because people will speak differently in a cartoon versus a live action show. You know what I mean? There's different tonalities, there's different way people act. You can get a different sense of breadth, or even I've just been watching a lot of Japanese house restoration YouTube, you know? You just get kind of an idea of how people talk. And it's yeah, while discussing love and things and expressing your feelings is definitely more reserved in Japan. People are just still people, and they're just out here just being just acting like anybody you would meet on the street, you know what I mean? And so I've seen in videos people use, you know, koi or koibito to refer to somebody, even if it was just a silly thing where it's just there's like, not to say that this is like, wow, what a solid read on like how people talk naturally, but like there is Konbiti Confessions, and it's like really like going around, and it's oftentimes like people who are kind of drinky, a little drunk, but not all the time. You just like talking to people, but like you can see people just acting naturally versus like some kind of idea we have of like how people act in Japan, and it's just like, dude, they're just out here being like normal fucking people, just saying stupid shit for jokes and stuff. But so it just depends. It depends on the setting. It just depends on who you're fucking talking to. You know what I mean? Is it something that would be rare to see in like Kingdom Hearts? Like, yeah, I doubt that they would use something as much as like koi specifically, but like, yeah, I don't know. But it's not like it's an uncommon term. Like even like it's often used in like a like reference to like, oh, like true love and stuff like that, where it's like romantic connotation kind of specifically. But Japanese has polite culture, but that doesn't mean everyone talks politely 24/7. That's a given. Yeah, and that's true. And I think that's the point that I'm trying to make, is that like people are heavy. Well, look, I love language. I don't have, say, like I'm just learning, but like I just love language and communication in general. So like, don't apologize. I like learning things, but like it's something where it's just like, the point is, at the end of the day, we're all just people. And it's like, yes, there are cultural differences. Yes, there are language barriers. And yes, there are things that don't translate like properly and stuff. But like, it's something that like I see in discussion, people who don't speak the language, who are speaking about it as best they can, but they are working with limited information they have garnered from other people. And there is this idea, you know, that it's just like, oh, people, you know, they never say these things, and it's just like Japan, you know, they won't say that like they love each other and stuff like that. And it's like, no, they do, you know, they do. They're just people out here just being fucking people, just doing whatever. And it like really depends. Like it's also like sects of people. Like people act differently. Like young people these days are gonna be acting differently than if you just talk to some like rando normie like 50-year-old person. It's hard to you can't just generalize people in exactly how they use the language, kind of a thing. But never is a strong word to use for anything, let alone language. Yeah, exactly. But like I just do see this like, you know, slip into like online conversations, especially when like discussing, it's just something I see often from people who don't speak the language, like talking about like, you know, well, they never say this, so like this thing wouldn't happen, kind of a thing. And it's just like, you don't know. You don't know. And also it's like such a like, I guess I could call it a stereotype, but like it's not exactly the word I'm looking for. Maybe it is. I feel like there's something. I don't know. I lost. I don't know what I was going to use to describe it, but like, you go online and Japanese accounts be speaking casual a lot. Dude, the amount of just like, I'm following like Japanese Soriku accounts, and they be out here saying the same shit we're saying. Like, all the fucking time. It's all the same shit. It's the same. It's just silly. It's just people, like, speaking on something that they don't always know about, which sounds harsher than I mean it to. It's just important to, like, keep that in mind. Like, keeping that 1 foot on the ground to be like, okay, I don't really know how this, you know, I don't know. I can't speak for, like, Japanese people as a whole and how they use their language, you know. I'm just looking at this from the outside, but start talking to a senpai or professional. Well, yeah, because again, there's like just a different culture and like talking to people who are like I don't want to use like superiors per se. I feel like that has a connotation I don't mean, but like people who are definitely more experienced to you. There's a lot of seniority in Japan just baked in to like every aspect, but they weren't saying the same things we were, I'd be legit worried. We have it completely mixed up. Yeah, no, it's all the same shit. Like, I see even, like, especially now, like, a lot of more accounts are, like, interacting with, or even retweeting stuff from, like, English-speaking accounts, and being like, yeah, this, you know, like, we're all just doing the same shit, we're just speaking different languages. Okay, we're all out here going, damn, these boys are gay in a whole other language. People genuinely think Japanese people don't have their own memes or even have arguments online. Like, we're all people. Yeah, it's what's really funny too is that, like, so often, like, I don't remember who was saying this, but it's just true both ways. And that, like, I have to shut the window. Hold on. Oh, baby, are you comfy? We have a skunk in our neighborhood that you know when they're walking by, that's for sure. So, sometimes you just smell the skunk and you gotta shut the windows. So, it's a little skunky. Look at this guy. Anyway, there's always, like, just like, oh yeah, you know, whenever, like, you interact with, like a Japanese account and stuff, and it's like, oh, they're always so nice and, like, sweet, you know? And then, like, the thing is, on the reverse side, oftentimes, not always, because there are issues with, like, you know, English speakers and, like, a familiar, playful, like, rudeness that does not translate well. And there are things like, dude, you can't be saying this to people. But at the same time, people who are often saying these things, like, I'll kill you, this is, like they love this thing, and they're like, ooh, die, and it's like, you can't, even people who speak English, you cannot be doing that to all the time. You just gotta learn to not do that in general, but especially to people who don't speak English. But, like, in general, though, like, usually it's like, oh yeah, like, you know, even on the JP side being like, they're so nice, like, you know, these accounts, like, the English speaking, they're so, because, like, usually it's accounts that are, like, trying to actually interact with them, right? And it's usually like, they're so sweet. You know, everybody on this side is so fucking pissy, and I hate them. And it's just because it's, like, disproportionately, like, you are seeing posts in your own language about people having bad fucking opinions, saying dumbass shit all the time. And then you have these limited interactions with people who are trying to, you know, politely, like, interact with you because they want to, and you're like, they're so nice over there, what's going on? You know, and it's, like, this same fucking, like, cross of, like, man, they're so polite over there. No, they all have the same level of, like, stupid, stinky, shitty, like, annoying fans that they don't want to deal with. They exist. I know Japanese accounts are even a bit more lenient about Suruku interpretations than English-speaking accounts. Japan translations, but they do the same with their shit. Drives me crazy. What can I say? People will be hypocritical, you know. But, yeah, I don't know. But language is neat. And, like, gleaning, like, you know, like, connotations and, like, just the differences in script and stuff is just, like, really cool. But anyway, yeah, I do be seeing a lot of discussion about, like, oh, Japanese script stuff from, like, a lot of people who don't necessarily speak the language, which I'm not saying that that's not allowed. I think it's just something that's very important to keep in mind when you are talking about stuff. And that it's also very important to keep in mind that machine translations are not necessarily an accurate way to translate things. Which I think is something we all understand, right? But at the same time, like, I think it's very easy to fall prey to, like, the machine translated this and phrased it in a slightly different way in English, which doesn't necessarily convey accurately the intent of the original script. It's just kind of how it happened to try to phrase this. You know, it's a machine. And then people looking at that and they're going, why didn't the English script say it this way? And it's like, because of a lot of reasons, actually. And it's not to say that, like, this machine translation isn't even accurate to what the original script is trying to convey. Like, that's not, like, real. Like, I'm not saying it's not, you can't use it to translate it, but it is very much an approximation, and that's something that you really have to keep in mind. It's very important to then, like, kanji can have a lot going on here, and I'm just saying, like, you need to look at the stuff, maybe look up the meanings a little bit and try to infer, like, the intent here and not just take a machine translation as is. Because the connotations in English that you will get out of it is not necessarily the connotations that were intended in the Japanese script. And I think it's something that people just kind of get mixed on, I guess. Because otherwise, like, the actual... I'm not saying that, like, people who are doing translation can't make a bad decision in that translation, but, like, this is still, like, somebody, like, chose these words with purpose, you know, to, like, try and convey, hopefully, the same intent and meaning of the Japanese script, one that translates to us in the same way. It's more about getting the proper, like, you want to get the feeling and, like, the intent, and then the critical information. I'm terrible with languages outside of English, but I love reading about the differences in the scripts in Kingdom Hearts, whether good or bad or just neutral. It's neat. It is neat. It's just neat to know stuff. I like to engage with this thing I already like, but more. I had to look into Aitsu more because I still didn't quite understand when and how it gets used. Yeah, and that's something that, like, every time I see... This is my personal pet peeve, and I may have said this before, I don't remember. People who refer to Aitsu as a theory, I think, are greatly misinterpreting the, like, what it should actually be. It's not a theory, it is literally, like, in the script. Like, and I don't think anybody's denying that it's in there. I think people, it's usually something that can be afforded by, I don't know the language, I don't understand what this means, and so I think you're building something off of maybe what you think this word would imply, when it's like, no. No. Like, there is a lot of, like, obviously the theory of, like, people building on it and being like, I think it can mean this, this, or this. Sure, like, you can theorize off of it, but, like, Aitsu as a word is a very particular word used in a very strange place within the script. A word that in any other case would not be used here, and it stands out very purposefully, in a way that's just like, that's strange. That's not something that you would say there, and it's a purposefully chosen word. You know what I mean? That's not a theory. That is just strictly the script. Yeah, the theory is not the correct word. That's just the game, the writing. Like, yeah, the necklace theory is a theory, and it's like a theory very grounded, obviously, on a lot of evidence that the game provides. Though, I mean, you could just theorize tinfoil hat, do whatever you want, you know, and call it a theory, that doesn't matter. Though I do love the joke of, like men calling, like, making a video and, like, calling it a theory when they could just be writing fan fiction kind of a thing, but, you know. Point is, like, you don't have to limit, like, what you can consider a theory, but it's just, like, this is something where it's just, like, Aitsu is not a theory, it's simply a fact about the script. And it's something that carries a lot of weight and meaning with it, that when you look at it, like, this is simply a nuance that did not make it over to the English script, though the implication that that word brings is still present within the game because it's something that is, you know, throughout the game. Like, there are visual things that cannot be avoided that, like, that build upon this same implication. The push against Aitsu is really crazy, to be honest, because it's yeah, Aitsu is a fun fact. Aitsu is this is really interesting. Like, this is a very deliberate and, like, weird word choice that, like, we didn't necessarily get translated into English. Because it's not an easy word to translate into English. It's very contextual in how one would use it, you know, and in this context, it's very like, huh? You know, like, why would you use, like, this is, like Riku? You know, like, is that what you're trying to imply? Like, that's, and it's just supposed to be there to give pause, to make you kind of second guess whatever it is, as well as, you know, who this person is supposed to be, and also leave this door open, like, to be like, oh, you know, this person who is supposed to be a little ambiguous of, like, who it is, though obviously the game's like, yeah, you know, replacing Kairi or whatever, right? Unless you're paying attention. Are you thinking? Are you looking? Okay. And they put plenty of stuff in there to be like, but is it? There's some stuff that doesn't line up here. Like, you know, Kairi wasn't there the night of the meteor shower. She arrived with the meteor shower. You know, there's plenty of stuff that's supposed to be like, now that doesn't add up. And like, this is one of them. Like, it's just adding on to the pile that already exists, but it's something that's very like, oh, okay. But the fact that like somebody has like tried to disprove it, which was very strange. Especially because there's somebody who's like made translations in the past, and there's somebody who like, you know, I've read their stuff before. And it was just very odd to be like, no, this thing said that Aitsu is Kairi, so the theory is dead, you know? And it was like, no, I mean, the game itself reinforced that idea from the start, actually. I mean, that's not the point. That's not the point. Are you paying attention? Like, that's not the point. The end of the game, if you will recall, was like, it's Kairi! Yeah, it's Kairi, right? It sure is, you know, like, the game did that. No shit, man. It's just that, like, boy, these things don't add up. That's strange, right? Doesn't it give you pause? Doesn't it make you think that maybe there might be something there? And that maybe we could return to it one day. That's it. That's it. That's the point. If they were to translate it more accurately, they would have had to make it obvious in English. Yeah, or like, if they just wanted to translate the ambiguity it brings, referring to this person in like any kind of like removed or like neutral, like even just saying like, oh, them, you know, something like that would be like, oh, but like, wait, who? Like, suddenly it just leaves room to be like, well, why didn't they just say, you know, like she or something, right? And that's kind of the intent, like, at least that's what could be translated for us, to give that same intent. Aitsu is one of those nails in the coffin for me. It leaves me with very little doubt. The real text of Chain of Memories is that Riku is, or wait, hold on, I gotta. It leaves me with very little. Okay, yeah. That Riku is Sora's most important person. Yeah, basically. Aitsu is one of those things that, like, after really sledging through, unfortunately, the really, really long thread that has kind of, in an attempt to be as thorough as possible, has kind of muddied a bit of, like, just what it is, of just what Aitsu is, and, like, what it implies and what it means. But it's one of those things that was just, like, it's something that you can glean from the game already, but, like, it's something that, like, it just reinforces it so strong because it's such a weird, like, particular word to choose, especially for the situation, you know? It's something that's so standout and strange that it's just like, oh, you did that very on purpose. Like, that's one of those things where you're like, this is not, none of this is like, oopsie, we don't realize what we're implying. It's like, you went out of your way to, like, make sure that this was strange. And does the JP fandom discuss this stuff too? I mean, I'm sure they do, but, like, I'm just not in that sphere. You know what I mean? I'm just out here following fucking Soriku artists drawing Sora and Riku together most of the time, and, like, they're not always saying the same stuff. You know, some people are just here to have a good time. Thinking about the implications of Kairi coming down at the meteor shower after the Soriku necklace promise. Aitsu dragged my ass over into the Soriku actually has real stuff going on side. I don't know why people are so against media interpretation. Why do why do you want people to be anti-intellectual? Well, most of the time it's people want to undermine something that like they don't like it. They don't like what it implies. And people mostly just want to like undermine and take the power out of it versus like something that it's just like you're reading too deep into this. It doesn't mean anything is oftentimes less about being like, we need to stop reading into shit and we need to chill out, and like that something that is like has been much more common recently of just like this anti-intellectualism, but like very often it is more so like it's less about that and more about like, I don't like what you're saying, die. So I'm going to paint you as the crazy one, and you're reading much too into this, and you know, it's just more about that. Such a good storytelling to have a story early on where the hero almost realizes the thing that's going to be important for him to know at the climax of his character arc, only to lose it and forget it until he goes on a journey to rediscover what he's secretly known all along. Yeah. Would not have flown to use neutral pronouns in early 2000s, unfortunately. Aizu was a really no-win situation when it came to being translated into English. Yeah, that is what it comes down to, is that it was the early 2000s. It's something that, like, is strange anyway, and they just kind of went with, like, okay, well, the story is obviously pushing, like, Kairi is supposed to be this Naminé replacement, you know, we're just gonna, like, roll with that, you know, oh, she, you know, but even with that, the game itself, like, there's no way to work around, like, the game's own implications, which is why, like, even, like, my going through Chain of Memories, I had picked up on that from kind of the get-go. Like, there was enough there that I was just like, this is not, like, there is something going on back here, that it's not quite letting us look at, you know? There's a lot here that's, like, telling me otherwise, and I think that stuff there is enough of that stuff in the game that you can still get it, so it's, like, unfortunate because, like, it's a very interesting, like, piece of the puzzle, and it does very much, like, reinforce it, as well as, like, because for a lot of people, stuff like that, like, cements it for them, you know? It can't not be, obviously, a girl or Kairi or Naminé or something, because they said she, so, that's that. You know, and, like, that's unfortunate, because then you gotta, like, deworm that from people's brains a little bit, because, you know, nobody can ever be wrong, of course. Like, the story tells you one thing, and if they turn around and say something else, that it's a retcon. Obviously, it was never story intent to you know, have the characters be wrong about something, or to even take you on a bit of a journey where we gave you the clues to try and maybe figure it out for yourself. Like, anyway, there is stuff that, like, in the game that, like, they definitely lean into it, and it's like, I'll never forget seeing that end shot for the first time. Like, I'll never forget, and it's something that still makes me, like, turn into a monkey in a cage, and I'm just, like, rattling the fucking cage bars. And it's just seeing the shot of, like, okay, think of your friend Sora, you know, who's so important to you, and he's thinking of all of his friends, and he's like, no, that's not it, no. You know, he's in his little mind palace and stuff, and he's stumbling around in the dark, and he's like, no, and then he's like, oh, yeah, think harder, Sora, and he's like, and then he thinks, and then it's just like, of course, you know, he's thinking harder, and Riku shows up. And then it's like, over here, and it's like, oh, no, never mind, it's Kairi, you know, and it's just like, and it's like, the camera direction of, like, the scene direction is very obvious to me, and was at the time where I was like, excuse me, like, that means something. Like, that's not, like, this is just basic, and at the time, I did not have a horse in this race. I was just like, this is just storytelling. Like, you set it up to where, like, and he tried, and he thought of, and if they really wanted to make it be Kairi, it's like, no, and then he has to keep thinking, and then he, like, you know, manifests Kairi, but it's something that's, like, I wouldn't say it's, like, forced upon him. It's that it's, like, off-center, it's off-screen, and the way the camera swings over, like, oh, over here, of course. It's a distraction. It's a pull away from, like, this conclusion he's coming to. And it's just like, you can just show that like really easily in the scene direction. It's right there. Oh, Christ. Let me look at what you're all... I gotta backtrack. Hold on. Sorry. Wow, sorry, you sure do have a huge crush on Aitsu. Boy, do I wonder who this could be. Well, the fact, too, that it's like, oh yeah, you know, go get him, Tiger, blah, 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 and he runs off, and then he just finds Riku. Like, that scene leads to him finding Riku. So, like, regardless of how you translate that, like, that's... that has its own implication. Just right there. Me and BFF as teens constantly getting stuck on the meteor shower, like, were there 2 showers? Why would they just say that? That's strange. That doesn't add up, you know? When you take Chain of Memories English translation completely as face value, there's enough there that you should be left with a feeling of like, this doesn't quite add up. Exactly. And what scene are we talking about? I haven't finished Chain of Memories yet. It's the end of, yeah, it is the end of Sora's story. Just from Riku to Kairi should have been way less abrupt and sharp if they didn't want to make it seem really weird and forced. Yeah, basically, but like that's something where it's just like obvious like scene direction. You know, that's like, that is something that has intent to it. That is very easily, I cannot explain any more clearly other than like, I know in my heart and my soul and my ass, my whole ass, that this is the intent with the fucking scene. It's so Jesus Christ, interpreting. Well, I read that wrong. You're wrong. I'm sorry. You're incorrect. This scene has an intent, and it shows it to us. Like in the same exact way where they made it so painfully stupid fucking obvious that Terra was Cum Guardian. It was so like, oh, I think of Terra, the promise made to man. I think of him. And it's like, looks at Cum Guardian. It's like, oh, who is he? Who can it be? Oh my god. Oh, Aqua is fighting fucking Terranort, and there's 2 little dudes fighting it up in there, and then like, oh, and then out comes Cum Guardian. Here he is. Who could that be? Because we know it's not Terra left in there. Oh my god. What could that imply? And you know how much people were like, I don't know, man. I think you're kind of reading into this. This is, I think you're just kind of like, I wouldn't think too hard about it. And it's like, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. I can't stand it. I'm sorry. Sometimes they just put it right. Like, okay, look, premise, real quick, just pin it, fucking, fuck Noah Schnapp and his weird Zionist ass, okay? But, like, at least just the idea of, like, here is Stranger Things, here is a scene where he is so obviously, like, the scene is beating us over the head with, like, oh, he obviously has feelings, and he's talking around it by using 11 as, like, the, you know, as the stand-in, or whatever. Whatever, I don't give a shit. Look, I'm talking about Stranger Things, and I don't want to be, so I'm gonna keep this brief, okay? But, like, the idea that it was just, like, it's so painfully fucking obvious, like, what's happening in the scene, and people could pick up that something seemed kind of strange, but people just went, oh, I guess he just, like, he's upset because he also liked 11. And it just over people's heads. And it's something that, like, to me, I thought that the scene was a little too on the nose. I thought it was a little too straightforward. You can't fucking win. That's the thing. Is, like, people just, Okay. I'm calming down. Sort of. Maybe. I'm so fucking mad. Hi, welcome back. I'm gonna briefly describe to you the fact that, like, I was simply discussing a very, very obvious Stranger Things scene, and that it was so, to me, I thought it was a little ham-fisted. I thought it was a little too obvious, and so many people just nothing. In one ear, out the other. They were just like, yeah, whatever, I guess he likes this girl. And it's like, what? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So, like, you know what? There are always going to be people who don't know what they don't know, okay? They don't know, and that's fine. People figure things out at their own pace. And also, specifically, queer readings of scenes and things can be really difficult for people who have not been exposed to this, whether they are queer and still figuring it out, you know, or haven't realized or anything, or they just have no exposure to this because they aren't, you know, this is just not a life experience they've had to, like, pick up on these signs. But the point being where it's something that, like, sometimes you feel like something's so fucking obvious and people still don't get it. And they still just don't fucking anything. And, like, I'm gonna go back up. The Tara being Come Guardian is so obvious and it's infuriating that, like, there are people who genuinely were like, he just cashed in on, like, a popular fan theory. As if it wasn't, like, the most fucking obvious thing ever, because they showed us. They literally showed us. They put it right in front of our eyes. And they still... And the fact, like, I genuinely... And this is just one of those moments I had a realization. I was like, oh, I had, like, a different, like, to me, I had, like, just been interacting with people. You know, I come in, it's 2018, and I'm like, hey, guys, I just got here. How's it going? You know, and, like, this comes up about people being like, oh, my God, what if, like, Tara is Come Guardian, right? And I was like, what do you mean, what if? Like, I'm genuinely confused. I was like, what? Wait. Like, I don't mean this to be mean, but, like, are we joking, or is this, like, for real? Like, I thought this was, like, I assumed walking in that everybody was on the same page, and we weren't. And that's not to say that it was just, like, people are so stupid. No, not my point at all. It's just something that it's just, like, you know what? Sometimes they show something, and it means things, and then guess what? He was Come Guardian the whole time. And it was so easy to pick up on. And there's so many things in the game like that where it's like, I don't even think it's, like, bad. To me, it feels like it's so obvious. It's so, like, there's no other way to read this. Are we looking at the same thing? And guess what? I keep being right about shit. So, like, I'm just gonna trust my gut on this one, okay? I'm gonna tell you, the chain of memories end scene, they were, like, Sora's own realization of Riku being, like, this irreplaceably important person to him was forcibly snatched away from him for wider plot reasons we have yet to find out. Yeah, people used to think that Garnet being a fusion wasn't a thing. I remember Rebecca Sugar talking about being like, I thought we were a little too obvious about it. If you'll go look at, like, the pilot episode, and it was just like, and here comes Garnet, and it's like, rubies and sapphires on both and all of this stuff, and it's just like, yeah, when you have context, suddenly this stuff becomes really obvious. But, like, it's something that, like, they gave you all of what you needed. I remember people being like, and this is why fucking rose quartz isn't pink diamond, and then they were wrong as fuck. The Korrasami stuff. Sorry to bring up Avatar. Thank you for apologizing. You can even do a whole tell don't show and people still misinterpret it. And that, yeah, that's just gonna happen. That study of people not knowing how to read expressions to the actual emotion. Yeah, I think that's something too that was like, sometimes when you isolate stuff and you're like, this person, they're feeling angry. And it's like, oftentimes it's like, there's a way more context to it than just somebody making a face. You know what I mean? Maybe sometimes things are obvious because it's the author's intent. Crazy, I know. Yeah, it's stuff like that that I'm just like, dude, I'm sorry, I think you're just wrong. Like, I'm sorry, there's little to no other way to read the opening of Kingdom Hearts 3, and Sora's in his own heart, and, oh, what's this? The KH1 intro? Oh, the one we've seen so many times? Oh, Riku! Oh, he's a light. Huh. Yeah, I guess it doesn't mean anything. Like, sorry. I'm sorry. It's incredibly loaded and not difficult to pick up what that could imply. Like, I'm sorry. You're just wrong. Like, come on, man. You're fucking killing me here, dude. Holy shit. Like, people bending over backwards so fucking, they're snapping their spines in half to be like, Riku wasn't talking about Sora. No, it was Aqua. He cares about Aqua. They're like contorting and twisting and frothing at the mouth. That was Aqua, a dearly beloved, played when Sora was there because Aqua, like, and I've seen people say this. Like, I'm not, like, making shit up for funnies. Like, I've literally seen this argument online. Separate can of worms, but I hate it when writers try to change a story because people caught on. I also hate that because that's a coward's way out. I'm sorry, if people are picking up on your mystery, on the answers and stuff, you're making a good story, okay? You're making something people are following along with. And if they're excitedly putting the pieces together, that's a good thing. You stupid, insecure baby. Let people just let it be what it is. It's just dumb. KH3 interpretation would be crazy. What do you mean Riku didn't do anything? Even for reading into it, it's like, okay, literature, the whole point is interpretation. Yeah, some interpretations are just wrong, but you can, like, get double meanings and shit. People are trying to be, yeah, people were trying to, like, basically, like, oh, you know, sometimes you care about somebody so much, you know, that all of the feelings and blah, 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 you know, fear, doubt, and all this, and then it's like, if you're fucking, if you've got like 2, even 1 maybe brain cell, you've been playing this game like at all, you'd be like, wow, Riku sure gives a shit about his best friend, like so much. Like, yeah, he really fucked up. And even if you don't realize why or how it was Sora driven from the start, you know, he sure gives a shit about his best friend so much. Yeah, hot off the heels of Dream Drop Distance. What could it mean? Who is this person that he could care so much about that maybe he doesn't, you know, that like all of the anxiety and everything kind of, you know, falls away and like yada yada. Who could it be? Well, no shit, it's Sora. Like, duh. Like, you don't have to even read anything into it for that to be the case, but like, people were so fucking, like, bent out of shape about that scene or the implications, or people going, oh, it's obviously Sora. And then they're like, nuh-uh. They're trying to find Aqua, and he's just really concerned about finding Aqua. And sometimes, you know, when you really care about somebody, it's like, yeah, the woman he met for, like, 5 minutes when he was 5 years old. I'm not saying he can't give a shit, because he obviously does enough to try to do this. But, like, I'm sorry, bud. That's not the intent of the scene. I'm gonna have to, I can't pass you on that one. I'm sorry. Like, we might need to give you some makeup work, because, like, your grade's getting real bad here. This is not good. This is not a good look for you. And that's even with the, like, the way that scene is translated makes it even, like, less direct. And even then, like, they literally cannot hide, like, what the scene is trying to be about. So people also have the brain rot Game of Thrones thinking, where they think twists need to come completely out of nowhere. You mean like horseshit? Like stupid horseshit twists? where it's just like, oh, like the M. Night, like, Shyamalan twist where there's kind of no setup. It's just like to pull the rug out from underneath you. Like, I'm sorry, there's a reason why, like, people were so fucking out of their gourd over, like, the, like, Lushu Zigbar reveal. You know what I mean? Because it's something that you yell at the screen going, I fucking knew it! And it's, like, one of the, like, coolest fucking reveals in the course of 20 years. And that's good. People love that scene. I love that scene. Everybody, for the, like, experiencing that moment for the first time, that was insane. It was fantastic. But, like, I don't know. What can I say? People have a bad taste, maybe. Anyway, sometimes scenes really beat you over the head with things with purpose. And no amount of, well, I interpret this a different way is gonna make the point of the scene any less true. Okay, you can say that the Sora I play is straight all you want, but that's not gonna stop him from kissing a boy on the mouth. I'm sorry to say it. I'm not saying you can't have alternate interpretations on things or read meaning into scenes all you want, because there are plenty of things that are explicitly straight, that very much have queer readings on them that are incredibly valid. Almost sounds dismissive, which is really funny, but like it's something that's like sometimes that has they got a lot of meat to their bones in this reading, but it's also something that's like when it's the only thing that we've ever been left with for a really, really long time. Like it's important to be able to read into these media to find ourselves in stories. So I'm not saying that you can't interpret things differently, though there is a different context in terms of reading something that is canonically straight and reading something queer into it. And one of the very few examples say we get there and it is explicitly queer and even kind of about the queer experience of, you know, a coming of age story and figuring these things out for yourself, and then trying to still interpret it as straight is a different situation entirely than the reverse of that. They are not equal. I have to posit that. That's an important context to keep in mind. These things are not created equal. One is incredibly reactionary in the face of it's a smorgasbord of straight media, while the other one is trying to survive and also engaging with a story in a way that maybe the author did or didn't intend. There is a difference in intent in these things, but I just want to make that clear. So anyway, sometimes a scene is just what the scene is saying. And sometimes that scene is saying that Terra is Cumguardian. And that maybe this series is a little more clear on these points than people want to admit or engage with. And I think that Chain of Memories is a good example of that, where it has a lot going on that to me read as incredibly obvious. And just because other people don't see that, as has been proven, I don't think necessarily means it's not there. So. Yeah, queer interpretation. Fun, good, love it. Straight washing. Boo! Fuck you! You already have all the cookies. You don't get to take our one cookie. What? Oh, got it. No problem. I'm banned from upstairs because somebody's wrapping Christmas presents. Nice. Anyway. And I'm just saying, like, maybe the ending of Melody of Memory, that's a celebration of the series and includes every fucking character of the cast, but doesn't include the one on the cover for some reason, feels kind of like a deliberate, if not strangely spiteful choice, as well as a very, notable choice of pairing just Riku and Sora together in the slowest, most romantic part of the song, playing Dearly Beloved. I feel like wasn't an accident. So, it's something that's like, I don't know what, I'm not doing this. I'm just literally stating what happened. Do you want out? It's a whole whitewash versus blackwashing argument. Like, no, these things are not created equal. No, this is not the same. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. You're an asshole. Experience Kingdom Hearts for the first time, and he's very dead set on Sokai, so I feel validated listening to this Riku realness right now. Well, watch where that gets him in, like, 3, maybe, years. That's what I'm gonna posit. 3, 2? I want to say 2, but, like, I'm give it, like, 3 to 5 years somewhere in there, okay? And we'll talk. Anyway, Kairi's gonna finish her training and go see Sora and Riku. There's something to be said of how, like, the queer reading just makes the whole story make more sense than the het reading. It's true. I think that there's something definitely that, like, even if you don't think it's gonna happen, like, there is something to be said for the fact that genuinely just the motivations and, like, the direction of the story just make more sense if this is the case. It's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. No, this makes sense because this is how I want it to go. And it makes it better this way. It's like, no, this makes sense of character motivations. It makes sense why we're still following Riku as a character. It makes sense why he is the one guy going to go save Sora. It makes sense of all of these decisions over and over again. If this is to be the direction, it also makes sense of everything that they've not done with Kairi, unfortunately. Like, I do think that the series could exist and still continue the direction that I think it's going, while also Kairi being more of a fleshed out person and having, like, screen time. You know, these things can coexist. They're not mutually exclusive or anything, but, like, as far as expectations of romantic conclusions and grandeur, and how every single time they just very politely leave that shit on the floor, kind of makes sense if they're working towards something else. Oh, what's this? Oh, the song is slowing down, and it's like really nice and dearly beloved, and oh my god, is that Riku? That's so nice. Wow, that's so crazy. It feels like really appropriate for, like, what I understand the story to be. You know, that they get a nice quiet little, like, beautiful moment together to just dearly beloved, like, gently playing in the background, you know, just the two of them and their little schmanimals. Where all of the rest of the song is so, like, triumphant and, like, celebratory, you know, of, like, just celebrating this series. And then we have a slowed down moment with, like, the two main characters that this story revolves around. And then, okay, and then we're back to it, you know. Kingdom Hearts will make more sense to people if they actually realize it's a Kingdom story. I mean, give it time, and I think, like, more and more people that come in just to play the series on the whole, like, for the first time as, like, adults and stuff, see this. I think we're just, you know, things evolve, things change, people are more open to see this, and people go in with no particular bet either way, and then they come out going, that's pretty gay, you know, and it's happening more and more every single time that somebody, like, steps into the series for the first time, and they're, like, streaming it, and you're just, like, watching them go, Okay. There's just a suspicious amount of scenes that shouldn't exist. I don't know how or why you would even come up with those scenes if it was a het narrative. Are there just so many scenes that are like, why would you put that in? Like, oh my god, here's another fucking scene that it's just like, I'm sorry, it means this. Like, it's stating this about his character. And it's that scene from Recoded where Riku dramatically reaches for the moon and he grabs it and like he pulls it into his chest and the wind ruffles his hair, you know? And it's just like, bitch, it's not about Kairi. She's like behind him. It's not, and I'm not saying that people were like, it's about Kairi. It's that it's just like, who else is it about? Who else is it? We've got a place in the timeline of when this fucking happened. And it's just like, he's like, all right, now that I did my, all right, Kairi, let's go. You know, it's so fucking like, okay, honey, all right. What does the scene mean? Why is it there? What is it telling us? You know, what is it? It's like there's nothing else. There's nothing else to tell. You know, it's right there. I'm sorry. This dude is so beaten and bruised and upset about Sora. Specifically, it's one guy. It's one guy, and he's really fucking, he's not doing good. He cannot be normal about him. Just a pointless scene. Obviously, it's just... Bro, the wee wee song. Yeah, the wee wee song. For wee wee? No. It's spelled different. His name is spelled different, okay? There was another one I was going to bring up. Oh, right. Hey, real quick. Hey, come here. Come close. Come here. So you know when they save Aqua and like they're on the beach and the camera starts to pan out on their little group hug and like, you know, you take however you want Riku's like inability to be like casually affectionate even in like a group setting where like the excuse would like make sense to be like, haha, yay, you know, anything about that. Yeah, and then like, you know, he's so awkward about it, but like that's not the point I'm here to raise. Like just for scene direction, all right? Just for like what information you're trying to share with me as a member of the audience. What are you trying to tell me? And why did they zoom out for so long? Like, just to show us this, like, interaction that they have where Sora, like, snakes his arm around his back, you know, after it, like, why would you even spend the time? You could have left it at just like, oh, haha, yay, you know, we're so happy we saved Aqua, you're here, you're home, yay, you know, and then just, like, left it. You could have just left the scene. But then they have, like, a really long fucking pan out just to be like, oh, and then, like, he doesn't know how to touch Sora, and, like, we keep seeing this, and it's so fucking funny because it's, like, really obvious he does not know how to, like, touch Sora anymore. And then Sora, you know, and then it's like, it could have just been that where he's like, oh, haha, he's a little awkward or whatever. And then it's just like, no, we gotta keep fucking showing the scene. And then Sora, like, you know, he's like, oh, and then he pulls him in, you know what I mean? And it's like, for what purpose? Why? You could have just ended the scene on the emotional note that you wanted to, but then it becomes, like, about this. What? What's that about? Hey, what the fuck was that about, huh? What's going on? Because they're bestie. We look like a cute couple. A couple of besties. Just pressing your eyes into the glass. It's something that, like, it happens so often that, like, I went in expecting very little. And it, like, kept fucking coming up. There's, like, a lot in there. They keep fucking doing it. They can't stop. You know, sure. Why does Sora, you know, door and like he's there to save Riku. Haha, we could have done this scene literally in any way we wanted to. And then he lands on the ground. And then it's just like slow-mo and water droplets. And it's like one of the most, it's like such a cliched little trope, you know what I mean? Where it's just like the land and like the slow-mo and like really seeing this person, you know, and like you're so like in this moment, you know, like taken seeing this person. They could have just not done that. They could have done fucking anything. Like, he could have just showed up in front. Like, they could have had him, like, blocking Aqua, whatever, and, like, he could have just come in like that. But he had to come in, door light. They had to start the scene and Sora, you know? And it's like, you guys, you stop trying to fucking lie to me, okay? And I am directing this at people who try to tell me that I'm wrong. Quit lying to me. I read. You do not read. And this is not between the lines. This is, wow, what a weird scene. I wonder what this could mean. I feel like there's, like, literally no other way to kind of take this. And there are a lot of scenes like that. That I kind of just sick and tired of even humoring that, like, it means something else. I'm sorry, like, this is something, like, I do not have to bend over backwards to see. It is simply, like, that's the thing that really drew me in, is I am in a recliner, and I'm like, and then they keep dropping shit, like, they're spoon-feeding me. And I'm just like, oh, okay, yeah. And then I don't know. It's like 3 a.m. I'm sorry. I got going. You know? Sora! What even was the voice direction? The animation direction? Storyboards? There's a process to this. Sora texting Riku in San Francisco. They could have easily made him texting Kairi. They could have just also had him be like, I'm making a post. Because he had been this whole time. Like, he could have done anything, right? Like, there are so many things where it's like, he could have just done anything. And it is just a cute scene. I really like it. That they keep sprinkling these little things in where it's like he's very obviously thinking about Riku a lot this whole time. Even if it's just like, I want to share little things with him. I want to send him a photo. Like, Riku would love this place. I want him to see, you know, or like, oh, what is this weird that Riku would know? Even though this was not what the fucking thing said, but like, I gotta play this game. This guy, Yozora, looks just like Riku. Again, no weird implications there or anything, but like, you know, of course not. There's just, Yozora is just Yozora. It's whatever. There's nothing really to read into that. Anyway, right, you know. God. Okay, a handsome guy looks like Riku. I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about how it's like, his outfit is literally like the most like straightforward fucking like combination of both of their clothes. It's like stupid. It's so stupid how much it's like, it's Riku's jacket cut, but like it's Sora's like pattern on the lapels, and then like it's like, but it's like Sora colors, and oh, the gloves it's a perfect blending of the Sora and Riku's glove designs. That's so weird. Ooh, you know, it's like stupid. It's like so fucking stupid that it's just right there. It's like, oh my god, he's got blue and red eyes. Whoa, who could that be? You know, it's, oh, he's got like silver hair, but like it's Riku's is like in the center, and then like Sora's is like over on the side, and it's Anyway. Isn't this fun? Bum, bum, bum. So anyway, I'm constantly like struck with things that I find to be very obvious to me. And I'm not saying that like they have to be obvious to everybody else. But I'm pretty confident in the read I'm getting at this point. So like about as subtle as being hit in the face with the end of a broomstick repeatedly that says Sarigu Endgame on it. I don't know what you want me to do. Yeah. And like, here's the thing. I don't necessarily want it to sound like overconfidence, which to some people it will, and there's nothing that can be done about that. To me, it's more like sorry, I'm trying to think of like words, but there's like a point where like you just gotta be done like conceding to like a bad faith argument is where I'm sitting. It's okay to just be like confident in your own reading of the situation. And I've said this before, but it's something that I've seen so commonly, and I have experienced myself, where especially queer people, looking at something and going, this is really gay. Like, I'm really picking up all the signs. But, and being caused to doubt this understanding one way or another, whether it's because people have been burned in the past on something that was very, very clearly like read as queer, and then things, you know, did a 180 and it was like dog shit anyway, right? Or just, you know, people just looking at something going like, man, this is really gay, and so many years of being basically told that you're reading too much into it, that you're basically just making shit up, and people really start to second guess themselves or anything that they're understanding, and that's just so sad to me. I think that's really shitty. And I just think it's okay, especially as things change and progress. And even just actually looking at the history of queer representation in media and how so often things people were getting queer readings of anyway were fully 100% intended and unable to be acted upon because of a lot of things in place at the time, and even still. And it's just something that, like, you know, things are changing, and I think it's okay to read something and go, I sure am reading that, huh? And just let it be, you know? And that's the thing, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at, where I'm just like, I don't see any reason to pretend to read a scene a different way. I'm pretty sure I'm reading this correctly. That's it. End of. It doesn't really, I have no reason to think otherwise. Sorry. Like, your counterpoint of, no it isn't, isn't an argument. I'm sorry. That's not enough. You know, that doesn't have these things are not equal. Sorry. So, I'm just not really, you know, giving that any foothold. I'm just not, I don't care. I don't care. You could be wrong. That's fine. It's like there are so many things that are obvious foreshadowing, and it should be clear to anyone just experiencing the story. And if those things are clear foreshadowing, that kind of leaves you with little doubt with what that implies. Basically. Oh yeah, remember when this part of the song, and then Sora and Riku walk through the door to light together? Hey, wait, hold on, listen to me, listen. Remember how when this happened, and they walk through that door to light together, and like it sort of makes like a 3 shape in the light because of their silhouettes cutting through the door to light, and Nomura was like, that was intentional, baby. Like, you think fucking reading into this shit is too much? Fuck you. This is the same game where they were like the X on the t-shirt. It's so dumb, man. Like, it is both really obvious stuff and like tinfoil hat shit. The guy is on both ends of the spectrum, and like nothing can be left to chance. Come on. Why is nobody fucking figuring out that I hid a message in the thing I left at the 20th anniversary? Nobody's realized it's there. Oh, of course, there's a hidden message. No problem. Hold on, we figured it out within an hour. But like, you know, people weren't looking for it. But it's almost like he's doing this shit all the time because he can't help it. I was legit crying because I knew what it meant when I saw it. Yeah, crazy, huh? It's so fucking weird. And it's like right fucking there. I'm gonna kill Praxis. Sometimes they do just mean something. You know? Sometimes maybe the logo is missing a piece. No, it's not a gradient. I'm sorry. You're wrong. You're stupid. It's not a gradient. There is a gradient, but guess what? That's not a gradient. Wait, secret message? Yes, I'm still... Focus. Focus on me. Hello? Like a little fuzzy. Come here. There we go. At the 20th anniversary event, there was a whole display people could come see, and there was a message Nomura had written, and it was composed in a bit of a strange way. It looked like there was a bit of a, like an X in spacing. Like it wasn't that there was a physical, like, written X. It was just like the text leaving spaces made this kind of like shape, right? And people were like, oh, you know, cool, whatever. And then in an interview that we get like the day of, he was like, there's like a hidden message in my message, and like not even the staff has figured it out yet. And he was like upset, like people weren't realizing that he had hidden a message in it. And then when he said that, everyone went, oh shit, okay. And then they went and they figured out the message. They did. And it was like, oh, interesting. It was basically like the voice that was speaking in the trailers was like Sigurd, is more or less what the message was. Tetsuya KH3 is only completed when you also understand my secret thoughts I've placed in the game, Nomura. Yeah. So crazy. I wonder if there's something to be gleaned here, but like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading much too into this, I guess. Anyway, good luck explaining all this weird shit I'm sorry you forgot about that still exists. So, like, you know, when you have a better explanation for it, like, talk to me. But that hasn't happened yet, so, you know, here we are. Anyway. It's just so silly. It's so silly. Come on. Like, he loves people reading into it. He's literally said it before. That it's like, yes, great. Please discuss it. Look at things. Think. Rotate it in your mind. You know, like, people are just haters, man. They just don't like people having fun and engaging with the material. And like, I'm having a great time, but you know, that's not everybody. Oh, that's different looking, but wow, I've got so many little alerts. What is going on? Okay. I made DDD Sora and Riku's special attacks with the Dream Eaters and the gameplay different for a certain reason, but I won't tell you because that would spoil some game stuff. You know, X on a t-shirt and like, oh my god, Riku like combining with the Dream Eaters versus Sora doing stuff with them, having like actual like narrative implications, you know, like there's like a reason that you could glean from it. No. Come on, man. Stop thinking with your brain. Stop looking into stuff, you know? That's stupid and embarrassing. You should feel embarrassed for reading, you know? Now I know him mentioning something concerning in one of the concerts is probably the purpose to fuck with people. Yeah, it might be. It's also like, you know, it's secondhand information, so it's kind of hard to... Secondhand information translated. Let's always remember that, too. That it's like, hard to quite understand the implication of, like, you know, or the connotation of what he was saying outside of some big thing happened. Shimamura didn't know what it was. And then whatever, you know, and it's fine. The cloaked people on the building in the cave. And here's the funniest thing is that I saw that on Reddit when it was revealed. And I saw somebody go, the people on the shapes on the building, I think those are people. And people going, nah, man, that's stupid. You're fucking reading too much into this. And then Nomura was like, literally like, so the little shapes on the little, they're like supposed to look like people. They're supposed to be like little dudes, you know? Like, you just can't let anything fucking, like, it's all open. It's all open. None of us know jack shit. Ever. Except for some people know more than others. Because, you know, I feel like it just kind of gives it to us. You just gotta be open to it. That cheeky Nomura, he just loves doing stuff, you know? He's having so much fun. Sometimes I wish Nomura just let the cat out of the bag to help us theorists. Against the haters, eh. That would ruin the fun. Though, I do think it is very funny that he felt so compelled to correct everybody on how Xehanort went bald and that he shaved his head. That he didn't go bald. No, no, no. I saw people being wrong and I had to set the record straight. That he shaved his head. Yeah, as confident as I am about certain things, who fucking knows what that crazy bastard has in store for us. That's the thing, is like, I have no idea in which the way it will be delivered. There are just certain story beats that you're like, well, this is coming on the horizon, we can all see this, right? Like, yeah, they're obviously, like, Sora and Riku really fucking woo, all intertwined and, like, important and, like, pivotal to each other and, like, whatever greater plans are happening, if you couldn't just fucking pick that up from the secret goddamn movie from Cage 3, like, wow, oh my god, oh, Sora's over here, Riku's over here, and then, oh yeah, oh, here we are, ooh, like we're planning, we're plotting, we're framing, and we take that, and then we're, yep, here we go, Kingdom Hearts, and it's just like, yeah, duh, like, of course he was gonna be important, of course it's gonna, like, revolve around them, of course Riku was gonna be the one to go save him, like, I don't know what to tell you. This isn't a surprise to me. I felt that was fairly straightforward. But it's like, yeah, these things are gonna happen, but like, the means of which we're getting there, I have no idea. Maybe fucking anything. Like, you just never know with that guy. But he is telling a story, and he has left us the means to understand it at our feet, so. When you think about a story and consider possibilities, you come up with more ideas and actually figure out what you're talking about. Yeah, it's fucking weird, right? Anyway, I can't wait for Missing Link to set up, like, greater arcing story, like, beats and implications that we will then see pursued within Cage 4, just as Cux has done for Cage 3 and on, you know. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Am I allowed to come upstairs now? Woohoo!
Put it in a bag, but I'm just not gonna do that right now, so don't poke around in Amazon.
Okay. I mean, you can still do that. I can wait. Oh, okay. No problem. Story beats that we don't even know the full context until we get more info. Like, isn't there this scene in Dream Drop that was the secret ending with Sora hanging out with the Dream Eaters, and it cuts to Ven in the castle smiling, and we didn't know what that meant until we knew he was from Cucks? Well, no, not exactly. I mean, that's just a further reading on that scene if you wanted to add it with Cucks. But, like, we already knew that, like, Ventus is, like, taking, like, a little sleepy-deepy nap, you know, like, and his heart is inside Sora. So, like, the idea of, like, Sora is enjoying this thing and, like, it is, like, Ventus is experiencing it maybe in a tangential way, you know, like, it's just, like, their connection kind of a thing. And that's not to say that Nomura couldn't have, like, the plot point with the Dream Eaters in his mind when he did that, but it's, like, that's not it didn't make sense until that happened later. That's just something that could further add a layer to that scene if you want it to. But that scene by itself, it was pretty... Yeah, but it's not something that, like, was lacking. You know what I mean? That's just, like, an additive, like, retroactively. Which, like I said, it doesn't mean that it couldn't have been there before, but it was a scene that did make sense for the time it was released. But... the last time I looked at the clock, I had been doing this for 2.5 hours. That's something I heard. Oh, I mean, don't worry about it, but it's just like... It made sense. I mean, it made sense when I saw it. I was just like, oh, yeah, yep, and it related to Ven, and, like, he's also kind of experiencing it. And then in Kingdom Hearts 3, even, like, Ventus follows up on this, being like, yeah, he kind of has, like, a mix of, like, memories and experiences and stuff like that. He's like, oh, yeah, there's, like you know, everything was, like, kind of like a dream stuff, and then there's, like, these funny animal creatures, and yeah, haha, you know, and so it's just like, oh, yeah, you know, like, he was just sort of pseudo experiencing things while he was in Sora's heart for 10 fucking years. Retroactive added meaning is everywhere, though. This is absolutely true. Which is something that people want to be like, oh, it's like a retcon, and it's just like, no, like, sometimes things just opportunistically crop up. And that's just the nature of storytelling. Like, you can't 100% like clairvoyant, like, plan every little fucking plot point ahead. Sometimes you go and then you're like, oh my god, this is perfect. Like, this ties back into it. And you wrap that shit around and it perfect little bow on accident, you know, and that's just happens. Oh yes, happy holidays month. It's December. But anyway, there's a lot of stuff where it's just like, people want to treat that as if it's like a retcon, which it literally by definition is not. It is simply just added. Like, a retcon is to completely remove the prior stated intent. Like, like a retcon, like, for example, there is, I always think of this one in, like, King of the Hill, where, like, they established, like, Peggy's mother as, like, this completely different person. And then they, much later, had an episode that involved Peggy's mother, and this was, like, a totally not, it was, like, totally different. Like, she was a different person, basically, than, like, what had been said before. I think she'd even been, like, shown, I'm trying to remember just, but it was something where it's just, like, this new information was shown in place of, without any explanation. It is completely replacing our previous understanding. As in, like, not, like, building upon it. Like, that other one is no more. That doesn't exist anymore. This is it. That's a retcon. And they're not inherently bad things. Sometimes they just are what they are. But, like, something where it's just like, oh yeah, nobodies don't have hearts. And this is another really good one. Nobodies don't have hearts. But then later, they do have hearts. And the entire time, oh my god, even day one, KH2, boy, I'm pretty sure we're shown every reason to believe otherwise. And that's something that you're supposed to figure out. And people were just like, no. No, they said that they don't have hearts, and so they don't. I really love Roxas and his plight, though, and he's my favorite character, and he's so angry. And it's like, what was that? What? Oh, he's really angry, and I really, you know, and I just really... so he was really, like, upset and angry and stuff, and, like, it sounds really emotional. It sounds like there's a lot of feelings going on there, right? Yeah? You really like Roxas? Hold on. So you really like Roxas, right? You really... Yeah, well, Dream Drop sucks, you know? It's just like... God damn it. It's almost like the implication was there from the beginning, and they were trying to show otherwise. People not knowing what retcon means, just shaking my head. There's a retcon in Stranger Things where they changed Will's birthday. Yeah, that shit where it's just like, never mind, it's this now. Like, you know, no acknowledgement. Like, a retcon is part 6 of JoJo, and they introduce a character who was to be Jolene's love interest, and still was, but was no longer a woman because God forbid women be gay, you know, in an all-women's prison. We'll just make him a man. And he just shows up later. Anasui just shows up, and it's just like, no explanation, just like, you are to accept this as fact moving forward now. I can't touch my skin at all. I just like... Here it comes, there's the line, I can see it. I'm so white. It like really shows up in the camera too. It's like fucked up. My paper skin. Anyway, yeah, and then it was just like, yeah, Anasu's a man. He's always been a man. You know, like that's a retcon, and it's just like. Maybe you just have sensitive skin. I don't know. I mean, I'm also just really fucking, I'm like pale as shit. Like, I'm just white, okay? I'm like Scottish, okay? There's nothing. It's just... So I touch my face. And then it'll turn fucking... It's kind of in there. It's like, what was it? I was fucking sitting there for like a bit just doing this, and then it was just like this big red fucking blotch on my face. Anyway. I mean, you can interpret it as... No, of course you can. And, like, that's something that's, like, not outside of the realms of JoJo, like, whatsoever. But, like, this was specifically a, like... Oh, you cannot have her be a lesbian, though. You need to change this. And then it was like, okay. Once the guy told me about the JoJo thing, and I just went, oh my gosh, she's trans. And he got so mad at me. It's so stupid, because it's like, it's fucking JoJo. I can't get into this. I can't get into it. I can't talk about, like, JoJo and how people drive me fucking insane about it. I'm not gonna get into it. But point being, like, there are clear examples of, like, true, actual, like, retcons. That being just a very, like, open-shut example that, like, can lead to many, you know, an interpretation, implication, anything like that, where it's just like, yeah, no shit. Woohoo, trans Anasui. But, like, anyway... People just don't actually, they just don't. And it's just another example of, like, I felt that was really obvious. The whole nobody's having, like, hearts thing. Like, it's obviously thrown into question from the very beginning. And yet that still goes just totally just, nope, nothing. Does not absorb. No. Anyway, I'm probably gonna end the stream soon. Because it's 12:40 a.m. I gotta pee. And I wanna play Pikmin just a little bit. I got Pikmin 4 and I started it last night, so. To be honest, anytime you can piss off a transphobe by saying a character is trans, it's time well spent. Exactly. You're so right. All of Roxas's journals being like, wow, I am so sad. Everything happening is so sad. And they're like, I hate this. This person was really mean to me and I didn't like that. I thought it was very mean and it made me feel bad. It's just like, yeah, I wonder. Anyway, yes, Worm. I was playing Pikmin 4. I like barely started it, so. It's the latest. I'm glad that I was the cause, I guess. Focus. Focus on me. Figure it out. Okay. Yeah, happy Christmas first. Wahoo! It's me! Niku Claus. Anyway. And with the end of that song, I'm going to go. I hope you had fun chatting. We'll talk more about Missing Link actually when I actually if I get more information on it. Whatever. When I spend more time with it. We only got today, so I'll do that later. I will try and stream on Saturday. We'll do something. Okay? I'm gonna try to get back onto the schedule a little bit now that things are kind of evening out. But holidays, you know, toss up, whatever. But I'll see y'all fucking later. Okay? Okay. Thank you for hanging out. It was fun. I like to comically yell. I hope everybody enjoyed it. Okay. Bye. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Good night. Bye.